had a early day live stream started, and we're starting it great. Bootsy is in the lab. I think this is immediate winning. Yeah.
You do too.
So this morning, off camera, I finished the bunny we were working on last night. So I got him all assembled. He's definitely like a little scrap bunny. I love him. Finished off a bunch of yarn. But like I said last night, I'm pretty tired of making bunnies. We've got 3 to list on our shop right away. And so today I'm gonna use some Red Heart Granny Square all-in-one, or Red Heart all-in-one Granny Square, whatever, however the name goes. And we are gonna work through it. I have just been, I started one square, was practicing how I wanted to make it, because I, for one, did not remember how to make this granny square. So let me see if I can see how she's doing it. Ah! Let me slow down. I'm watching a little Passionate Kelsey video, because I think she was really successful with this yarn. So okay, just wanted to make sure I was doing this right. For these granny squares, I've got to do a lot lighter of attention than what I normally do. I normally have pretty tight tension, but overall I do end up I have to go a little bit looser with this yarn. He is just like a sleepy boy today. So we're gonna carefully pull his eyes are now open and he is watching. His tail is flipkin all around. Okay. Pull that to the next color at the very least. I do crochet this slightly different than Kelsey did hers. Solely, I just add a chain between my clusters. But yeah, we're starting our granny square. I think we determined we're gonna make a bag with this. And I am debating lining it. I don't have any lining fabric, so I'd have to probably pop over to like Michael's and pick some up when we're done with this. So I'm moving now. You gonna go in your little bed? No? He hasn't been going in this. I wonder why. Bootsy, why aren't you going in your little bed? Oh. What's he doing? You gonna go in there? Okay. He just needed help getting in. Gotcha. There you go. Alright, we've got the bug in his little cat bed. Let's see if we can get him. Let's try it there. Yeah, then that we can show him off on stream.
Hi.
Yeah, there we go. We've got a cat bed cam. I wonder if I should get like a really stiff ring. Um, for that. No, he loves his little cat bed. If I were to make it again, I might do it like an embroidery ring or just getting like those pool rings. I bet I could buy a bunch of pool rings in bulk and then crochet around those because I feel like embroidery rings would be expensive. But if I did a pool ring, like, because all you really need is like a plastic ring to go around. So, but yeah, we're gonna be playing a lot of yarn chicken kind of today, so a lot of back and forth, I'd imagine. But we'll see how things go. You know, maybe we'll be pretty successful today. We'll find out. Don't know. But the boy is in his little cat bed, and we're loving him for that. Yeah. Man, I love the little bug. He is best boy. I do find this kind of funny. So I'm working on this granny square. It's a different color pattern than what I've already done. I just kind of grabbed it randomly out of my stack of granny square yarn. But honestly speaking, it is like the same color as like two of the colors are the exact same as the first granny square yarn I did. So the centers for these two are the same color, and then it's not technically the same color, but it's like right in between. So this blue is like right in between this blue and this blue. It's just like very like, oh man, I've done this before. But the center is like exactly the same color. I dropped my yarn. But yeah, we're just crocheting away. Had an earlier morning today. Oh. I might do this last cluster a little bit tighter just to make it to the double crochets or 2 chains. Yeah, this is what it's really gonna be. A lot of like just at the end a little bit of back and forth, and then do my chain, pull it through, and then I'm gonna do a stacked single crochet. Right, bug. We're doing some. So let's pull out all of this next color. Oh, there's a lot more of this color. Yeah, had a job interview earlier today. I think it went really well. We'll find out if I get a contact back about the position. Oh, I am like zoomed in. Did some reach out for contacting references for our church's new minister position, so contacting references, that's always exciting. as one knows. This is just one. Two in the corners, one in the gaps. But yeah, we're just gonna have a chill day crocheting along. I almost need like a second angle camera to put down by my hands, and then we could just like flip over to that one, or like have a side by side. What are you doing? What is it? You want to get out? You want the yarn? What is it? Oh. Jeez. Punched me in the face, why don't you? Okay, I'll get out of your way. I'll hide on him so he can't see me. He can only hear me. What? His eyes are like blown out. What is it? Oh. Oh. The kisses with a little bit of spice. Kisses with a little bit of spice. I don't know. Well, we can just let him vibe while we crochet away on our granny squares. Yeah, hold on, we're gonna... I probably won't keep this, but I know I can always get my camera back in this angle, so let's try a second camera angle. Let's make this as dizzy as possible. Oh, I'm hooked on something. The camera is hooked on something. Okay, we'll stash it there for now. See if we can get it unhooked on whatever we're stuck on. Then we'll try again. Ho ho! Yeah! Okay. Trying to cover it so it doesn't get too dizzying for y'all. Let's just this is like just my stomach as an angle. This is terrible angle. Up close angle, hold on. Full camera. I hate this angle, by the way. This is horrifying. Okay, let's try this for a little bit of the stream. Yeah. That's the right angle. That's what we need. I don't know. Can I get this a little bit higher? I've got a cup here. There we go. Let's try this angle. It's terrible, but why not? We get an up close with Bootsy, and we get this like fisheye of me. But then we can actually see the crochet work a bit better. He's gonna check. Ah, the downside of this angle. When Bootsy's done. He's done. Oh, there he goes. He was tired of my shenanigans. What can you do with a cat? We're having fun in this angle, but like this it's not. I'm gonna get the get y'all a bit further from me. Now it's just too high. Hold on. We'll try this angle for a bit. It's still pretty low. Like, I'm always gonna be like looking up at my monitor, so it's very obvious I'm not looking at anyone. Like at the camera, so it doesn't like, I don't know. Everyone does, but you can't like see the work as well. I don't know. We'll try it out for a little bit. If we hate it, we always go back. We're early in stream. We're testing things. We're being silly goofy. Haha. We're having fun with it. But yeah, this definitely has like a fisheye lens. Did I do two there? Yeah. Oh, might be a bit too loose. Let's see. Yep, I'll have to go back a couple stitches because this is not gonna be it. Well, let's at least make it to the end and see how many clusters I'm off by. That's what I like to do. I like to at least see how many clusters I'm off by. Okay, I'm like a cluster and 2 chains off. So let's just go back to this one. And just make this side a little tighter. Yeah. But we're crocheting around, bring her around town, bring her around town. Oh, split in the yarn. That's no good. I didn't make some of these tight enough. I don't know why, but like sometimes I'll get ads in Spanish. Don't know why. YouTube sometimes just serves me Spanish ads. Like, I don't really interact with Spanish content, so I guess I don't really know why. I knew it. I went too loose on this one right away. Okay, we gotta go more back further than. So let's do two sides. A little bit tighter. Oh, I hear Bootsy being chaos outside. What are you doing, Bug? Doing some tight stitches. All right, we're doing it. Okay, I'll go loose on these. I don't know what he's doing. Hold on. Let me check something. Okay, hold on. Did they really? Okay, so a big thing with crocheting versus knitting is S versus Z twist yarn. This is yarn. So a lot of yarn is made as an S twist yarn because that's like that's good for knitting. That prevents the yarn from unraveling while you're knitting. While Z twist yarn is good for right-handed crochet to prevent unraveling while crocheting. So like one of the benefits is like the way you naturally twist the yarn has a tendency to like unwind the thread slightly. And so what is he doing? Hold on, let me pull up the security cam and see if I can zoom on the security cam. What in the world is he doing? What kind of madness am I hearing out in my hallway? Oh, he's playing with his little speedy tail that I have. He's chaos moding with it. He's just sitting in the living room chaos moding with it. Okay, that's cute. Anyway, so S versus Z twist, right? S is better for like knitting and left-handed crochet, while Z twist is really good for right-handed crochet. And this specifically here is Granny Square all-in-one yarn, right? So this is designed for crocheters. Like this is yarn expected to be used for crochet. And they have it as an S twist yarn instead of a Z twist. And I think that's so silly. And not silly haha funny, silly weird. I think the line's not haha funny, haha weird. But yeah, I don't know. Bootsy's like having a time. Just in our living room. Yeah, so that's my weird tangent. Hello, welcome. We're here crocheting. We have this weird angle so that you can see me crocheting. Don't know if I love it. Nope, they didn't. They left. Now we're going through. He's living his best life. I'm fine with that. Hello. It's going well. I'm trying a new angle, Gizmo, to allow you to see my crochet. I don't know if I love it. I look so weird. Happy Wednesday, Vanessa. Wow, Gizmo and Vanessa is showing up simultaneously. What is this? Yeah, I'm going good. We're trying a new camera angle just to like see if you can like see the crochet better, but I still don't know if I love it. Oh, you're on your way to work? Yeah, it's about that time, you know, like back from lunch or something. I had a job interview early in the morning, so up early. We ended stream last night a little bit earlier. And I actually, before I started streaming, finished assembling the bunny. So we've got him in the background here. Our little scrap bunny guy. Yeah, this is a little guy. He is definitely like very scrappy. Very, very scrappy indeed. The seam is a bit more obvious in the back because we did color changes throughout the body, but we love him nonetheless. It's got a little tail. Yeah, he is made of like 5 or 6 different yarns. I had enough thread to do the pink eyes. But yeah. And Vanessa, you weren't here on stream yesterday. Oh, I should turn it around so you can. Yeah, there you go. But we're working on some granny squares to make some bags. This is some granny square all-in-one yarn. So we're working on that. Thanks for the support on the bunny. I'll have to probably do a BRB later today and do some product photos of the bunny. So I'll have to kind of go out on my balcony, get some natural light and get those photos. And then we can come back and edit them, which is just remove the background, and then upload them to the website. Yeah, I like this yarn. It's working out nice. I'm on the second to last row for this first square. It's a lot of yarn chicken. You're doing some back and forth of the yarn. Especially in that last row. So I might do like end up doing the one row, like this one edge a couple times. I'll probably still be on crocheting away. Yeah, I'm making the squares for the bag at least right now. I will be weaving in my ends as I go and then blocking as I go. So I'll finish a square, but I will like 100% finish the square. I'll weave in all the ends, and then I'll throw it on the blocking board right away. And so we'll get a nice blocking board stack. I might have to move my pegs around because I think these squares are a bit bigger than the shirt squares I made. So I'll have to adjust that. But yeah, they'll rework the fibers a bit. Did I do 2? Yeah. But yeah, so... Ooh, I think I'll be doing some yarn chicken already. I see it in my future. See if I can make these tight enough. Alright, sounds good. You won't see my work, but you'll be able to hear me, it sounds like. Yeah, I don't think I'll have enough before the color change. Shuckaroonies. Oh, I goofed. It is nice with a granny square because you at least like you can just crochet in the gaps, you know, so you don't have to worry about being in quote unquote like a stitch hole. You just apparently can't go into the extra gaps. Yep, I'm just gonna already frog back at least. Let's do 3 edges. Just make it all a little bit tighter. Yeah, just make sure you're not watching me while you drive. I am fine. Like use your phone as a podcast. Don't try to chat while you're driving. You could listen like a podcast. Don't do anything dangerous, Vanessa. I'm watching you. Okay, it's not. Why is this not loading in? Let me refresh the link. Why is my Stream Elements not loading in Twitch? I wonder. Or has it already been a minute and it just disappeared? No, it's saying the overlay doesn't exist. Which means I gotta log into my other account. Just chat, edit. And let's copy URL and then let's just throw it in again. There you go. Hopefully that'll fix it and it'll start appearing. Alright, we're just making all our ends tighter. Bootsy was in the bed for a while when I set up this angle. He is now being chaos mode in the living room, just playing with some paper and having a grand old time. I have him on the security cam in front of me, so just watching him play and be a little bug, a little buggeroo. When we started the stream, he was in my lap. It was very cute. We'll see how long on stream I'll stay with this angle. I don't think it's even growing on me. It makes me feel weird. I feel like I look weird. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to having that top angle. But he's found his spot in the rocking chair in front of the window. Boots, he is. He's in his little rocking chair, chilling out like a little. I am chilling. I'm not in a rocking chair. Chilling, crocheting, working away, trying to build a platform at the grind kind of thing. For sure. You missed my rant earlier. So this yarn is specifically advertised via Granny Square yarn and is like intended to be used for granny squares, right? But there are two different types of yarn twist. You get an S or a Z twist yarn, and so an S twist yarn is typically designed for knitting and left-handed crochet so that it doesn't unwind as you go, whereas a Z twist yarn is really good for crochet because then it doesn't unwind as you go for right-handed folks, because it's just the way that like you pick up the yarn, you turn the hook, it can like slightly unwind the threads. So like if I go like let's see if it'll focus. I don't know if my camera can focus, but basically if you go like this, it twists it tighter, where if you go like this, you can like see the gapping in the yarn. So the hook naturally like when you're crocheting, you naturally twist it this way. And for an S yarn, that will kind of create that gapping, which opens the yarn and makes it easier for running into instances where you're splitting the yarn and you're poking your hook through the yarn, different yarn fibers. Whereas a Z twist is nice for right-handed crocheters because the way you naturally twist the yarn, you're just twisting it tighter, so you reduce splitting your yarn. This is granny square yarn. This is yarn specifically made to make granny squares, which is done by crochet. So you think they would make a Z twist yarn. I'm gonna make it a bit tighter. You'd think they would make a Z twist yarn, but no, it's an S twist yarn. So it's unwinding as you go. It's pure silliness. Okay, let's see if I can get this a little bit tighter. Just a little bit, because I need to make it one more chain before the color change. And I'm just picky like that. We'll see how picky I am by like the end of this skein, or like 4 more skeins in. Let's see how, if I don't go all the way up my hook, I'm not getting a full, ah! Okay, let's see how tight we can make. I'm a picky lady. I'm very particular with all things in life. Here we go. Okay. I wanted to try to change it to see if like you could see like the whole crocheting process a little bit better. I'm not sure I love it. I might, by end of stream, we might be moved back. We might not last the whole stream in this angle just because I feel like I look weird. You don't think I look weird, but I think I look weird. That's what matters. It's one of those things where it's kind of just slightly a fishbowl lens, and so because I'm closer to the lens now, the like fishbowl effect is like really apparent. The other side is I don't like that I'm looking up. I liked when like my eyes at least looked. I felt like when I looked over here, like I almost want to know if I should have it like here, if this is a better angle, you know, if this is almost too high, should I get like down to here more? That's like, I feel like I should be slightly lower, but I don't know. Let's, oh, that's right, hold on. We're going rogue. Okay. Maybe this is a little bit more of a happy medium. I feel like this is a bit more of a happy medium, where it's still even a little bit higher than it just was. Okay. Yeah, this one I feel like I get just a little bit less of the fishbowl, but I'm still closer. My eyes still are looking above the camera because my monitor is literally like, so the camera's here, right? So the lens is here. The bottom of my monitor is here. So lens is here, monitor is here. So everything is above. Vanessa, I've known you dropped off, but yes. So if you pull the skein from the other side, the twist is different. However, this yarn is specifically designed to be pulled from the center. So it being designed to be a center pull yarn, in an S-shaped twist is the issue. But yeah, if you're S twist from a center pull, if you go from an outside pull, you're a Z twist. All right. I, I feel like it shows my slouching a bit more, this angle. Okay, so these are all gonna be black lined, like a black, like a black edging, whereas when I did my original bag, it was white edging, and so I chose a black yarn to do like the straps and stuff. I wonder if I should do a white yarn for the straps, or should I just keep doing black? Yeah, if I do like a black join for all the squares, it would like really blend into each other, but then it's like all black. It would be really black heavy. Whereas like if you do white on the edging, you get like this pop separated. It's almost gonna be like the inverted pop of this, because like these squares, there was literally no black in any of these squares, and so the black added like this nice pop. So I don't know. Also, what I have in that bag is my Bootsy travel bag. So it has like his medical information, any meds he's taken, um, and all that. So like some food and stuff. So if I ever need to like quickly go, either to a vet or like take Bootsy anywhere, like I take that bag with me so I can basically take to any vet most of his medical records. Just in case. I'm paranoid like that. I don't even carry that information for myself. Well, granted, I have a cell phone, so I technically do. With like my medical record app. But yeah, we're doing better. I do have white yarn already. I do have black yarn. So I have both. I'm prepared either way. All right, sounds good. We'll catch you a little bit later, just like Vanessa. So I'll be here. I'll be making more of these granny squares. We might make a bag today. We might just make a bunch of granny squares. We'll see how things shake out. You know, It might be just granny squares. We don't have enough made today to make a bag, but we'll see. We'll see. It's one of those things where I definitely know I crochet different on stream, solely because I'm not like just I crochet the fastest when I'm just like staring at the project, for sure. But like looking up and like watching YouTube, actually like trying to think of stuff to talk about, I do know I crochet just a little bit slower. But we enjoy it. We enjoy our time here. We enjoy working away. We're using our all-in-one yarn to see how it goes. So we're getting close to our yarn chicken point. We will find out if we have to frog back and crochet tighter. Maybe we get to crochet looser for a few ones. But we've got 2 more clusters to make and then 2 chains, and then we'll finish off this round. I'm not going to make the same mistake I made with my dress. We are going to weave in our ends as we go. And then we will fully finish our squares as we go. All right, we're focused. We're close to some yarn chicken. We are not gonna be able to go looser. So let's see if we can make this last cluster super tight. Ugh, we're not close enough. We're gonna go back a cluster and a half. And so we'll make all of these just a little bit tighter and see how if we can get 2 more chains to finish this off. I'm just trying to be a little bit tighter here just to finish off this granny square. Then because we also want a little bit like ends to be able to weave in. I think that was like from what I remember with this yarn, they were like kind of a hit or a miss if they gave you like good from what I recall. Yeah, we gotta go back a little bit further. For the next one, I might actually size down a hook because I'm using a 6mm. I might size down to a 5.5. I almost want like a 5.75 hook. Alright. Because I want to be a little bit tighter because I want to try to get like a decently long end of black to weave in. But yeah, that's what I remember. Like one thing was, and I think I got lucky with my first skein, is they didn't always make the last row super long, because in theory you shouldn't be playing yarn chicken with your last row because you'll want enough give to be able to weave in your ends. But I think what I'll do is I'll finish the square with the 5.5, and this might just be my extra square because the bag pattern I use leaves you some extra squares, so I might just make this our big one that we leave extra. Yeah. Okay. But the fear is we don't want to split the yarn. Alright. And, some people, they just spend the money on YouTube Prime, but I don't. I just live with my ads, get annoyed, and then skip them. tight stitches here. How'd I get less fur? I made my stitches all tighter, didn't I? Ah! I tell ya. I might just all the way frog back here and just make it all tighter. Let's just make this entire row tighter. I know it's curling up, so I know like I'm already suffering from it being tight. But we'll just make this entire row extra tight, give ourselves extra long. This whole thing's gonna be a little bit tighter. It's gonna be slower because I can't go all the way down my hook because I'm trying to make these stitches as tight and small as possible on this last row. I could just size down right now instead of using my 6mm. Just size down right now and do this entire last row in a 5.5, but we'll just work like this for now. I think I already have my 5.5 out. This might be my 5.5. Let's check. Do I have my 5.5 already out, or is that a 5? No, this is my 5.5. I gotta switch hook sizes. We're going tight. These are gonna be like this, both the biggest and smallest one at the same time. I find it funny that like I have to go like so loose on my first one, and it's maybe I'm just not giving myself a long enough tail. That might be it. I just need to like, because I'm using a magic circle instead of a chain 4s. Like overall I used less. But yeah, we're just enjoying going around. Got some Mia Mabels in the background. Very fun. Lots of ads, of course. But yeah, we're going around, giving us a tight stitch. We have a new angle for today's video, just to like make the squares a bit more up close. Maybe you can see Bootsy better, but I did just realize we lose our cat bed angle here. So we have this tiny cat bed here, but we lose the cat tree cat bed, which is just off frame. I don't know, these are choices we have to make. But yeah. Wow. I almost need to bring my walking pad in. Christopher Walken. My walking pad in here. And like walk and crochet. Might do some of that. Yeah, crocheting this tight, I can already feel it in my wrist. I'm not gonna want to crochet this tight. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna size down for the next square, I think. I'll have to adjust my yarn chicken game, just because I forgot what I was saying. Something about changing hook sizes. Yeah, I might have to readjust my yarn chicken game and tension overall on my next square, because last time I made all the squares in a 6mm, but they were a bit more generous on the last row for that skein. So I have plenty of like white yarn after the border, so I wasn't playing yarn chicken on this last section. So we'll keep going tight. I feel the strain already. I'm not loving this. I can't really work it up that fast because I have to be so tight. Hello. Welcome on YouTube. That might be Vanessa. She might have landed. But if she's driving, she shouldn't be messaging. No. But I think she was going to work, so she probably... I don't think it's Vanessa unless she has some in-between time on work. Like, she got there early and was like, can throw on YouTube for a second. Okay, oh, I don't know what's up with my camera. I might have to get a new camera. I don't really want to get a new camera right now. Don't really have it in the budget. Was planning on just living like this. I might use this as like a second angle. If I get a new camera, I'll probably keep both and use this as a second angle and like look at maybe a nicer camera for like my main cam and like just put the main cam back up on the monitor. But I don't really want to get something now solely because buying a lot of business stuff right now. Okay. Ugh. There we go. We got to the end here. We can slip stitch this off. And then we can cut it in. We have enough, plenty to weave in. So let's cut this. And then we are going to weave in our ends right away. That is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through, we're gonna weave in our ends like the good crocheters we are. Okay, I'm gonna make our center as tight as possible. Let's pull out a darning needle. Okay. We're gonna twist it in the back here. Of course, weaving in ends is not riveting content to do on stream, but we don't want to have a stream like we did with the dress where it was just mostly weaving in ends because we didn't pace it out, and so we were just weaving in all our ends all at once. Now we can split. So what I do is I typically do a light securing, and then I will split the yarn, and then I'll thread in, and then I'll weave through, continue on weaving through in this other direction. Okay, let's get through here. All right. I like to follow the actual yarn to a degree, but I'm also in the back, so hi Bug. Welcome. Bug, he's come back to visit us. We have a very special guest, y'all. And a broken stitch marker that I just found. Okay, you want to come up here? Come up here. His eyes are getting wide. He wants to jump up. He wants to attack. He wants to attack. Oh, alright, come here. Come here. Yes, we have the bug on stream again. Look at the boy if you can. Alright. Yes. We have the bug. He is very engaged in the crochet work we do here. As you can tell, he loves all things yarn. He is an expert crocheter. Look at the bug. Look at the bug. Can we tip this down a bit? Oh, there we go. Haha. Hi. we've got a cutie for sure. A certified cutie on stream right now. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop. Okay. He's nomming on this yarn. Okay. Good thing I have a bunch of extra because you broke through that. Let's cut off Wabootsy 8. It's a little slobbery. It's a little slobbery. And so we're gonna once again weave in some ends as we do. The one thing this is nice, it's black, so okay, there we go. And now we're gonna split our yarn again. He's currently licking his legs, being a cutie. We love him for it. He is a non-problematic king. Okay. Okay. Oh, I lost it. We've got all right. That was 100%. Oh, it was not the song. That was the YouTube video. I thought it was in the song. Okay, time to okay, we have one square officially done. So let's pull out our blocking board. Oh, I'm competing with Tati Westbrook right now. Tati Westbrook's live. Okay. So this has to come out. Is this? No, let's go here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. We have our square on the blocking board. And then let's put our extra rods that we just took out away.
Boop.
Ah! Yeah, my Bootsy, he loves attention. He loves Mama's attention.
Yeah.
Okay, go put this back. I'm gonna let's put away the darning needle just because I don't want to like drop it, and then we're gonna like recover the scissors. And then I'm gonna keep the 6mm because this is actually what I use for scrunchies. So that's actually just gonna stab it back into my velvet scrunchie yarn. And then it was open. It was open. Come on. All right. So here's my little like hook case. I already pulled out my 5.5. So let's take out our 5mm. What is this? This is a 7, 6.5, 6, 5.5, 5. And then in our blue hook, we're gonna screw in our 5.5. Bootsy is very intrigued. Oh. All right, Bootsy, are you ready? Yes, yes, this is, he loves metal. I wonder if he's like iron deficient or something, because he loves metals.
Right. Oh.
I'm on the song, like this is the playlist that has the song that's like, because if I go to the end of, I think. This is like thunder. I don't know. I feel like one of these songs in this playlist always is like weirdly glitchy. So let's go switch up our music playlist. Just like that one. Yeah, let's just do this one. Picking out a playlist. Alright. Where's my... Let's give ourselves... Let's pull out all of this color. Bootsy, you can't have any of this. I know you love yarn, but not today, son. He's looking at it so intently. You should just go to sleep. Just sleep, bug. Sleep. Sleep away all your worries and your stresses. Yeah, just sleep. Sleep, my love. Yes. Hush your eyes, close your eyes. Sleeping he is not doing, but he's not attacking the yarn, so that's sometimes all we can ask for. No. No. You're getting... No. This boy is... This is the boy who is the king of the house. He likes my necklaces too. And he gets annoyed when I don't pay attention to him. That's what cats do. He wants either all the attention or none of the attention. So the question is, what do you give him? I give him all the attention. Yes, I give you all the attention. Just what you want. Except when you don't. And then I still give you all the attention. Okay, I think I'm gonna try to make my stack single crochet a little bit looser so it better matches the double crochets, because it's like slightly tighter. I don't know. It's working out slightly tighter, I think solely because it's the first one I'm doing into here. But we'll have to take like a lunch break in a little bit probably, I'd imagine. He's gonna get up in a bit too. His auto fader is gonna go off in like 1.5 minutes. So he's gonna go running when that goes off. So when Bootsy gets up, we'll probably do a bit of a BRB, grab some lunch, do some product photos. I can't really take you along for that because we have to go out on my balcony, and I also don't want to dox myself. So I'll do some product photos, at least take them. Maybe we can edit them live, but I like to come back. He's already wiggling around, and he's okay. There we go. He fell back down again, but he's gonna get up when that feeder goes off. That's my phone, dude. You know what my phone is. Oh, I'll feel bad if he tries to settle down and it goes off. So the fact that he's like up now. Dude, don't go in there now. Dude, Bootsy, you're... Called it! He doesn't eat it all. Like, I don't think he's ever really hungry. I think it like reminds him that he's hungry. Also, like what you saw where he was like pushing it off is why I don't typically have it over there. I typically have it over here, but like once he's in it, I can put it here because he's not like gonna knock it off. But okay, what can I go a little bit looser on? Or I can just go back and make my magic ring. Okay. I'm trying to save where I should protect my magic ring, but also okay. Let's try that. Feels like so much yarn. Alright, let's try that again. Make an extra loose stacked double crochet, and then a little bit looser of our clusters. Also, I like the stacked double crochet than when I did the first time. I think you could see the split a bit more. Okay, let's see if that was just enough. Hopefully it wasn't too much, but we'll find out. I know I said I was gonna, but I wanna at least get the centering right. So part of the reason this is off is, in part, the pattern actually calls for you to do a 4-inch tail and then a chain 4, whereas I'm going straight into a magic ring instead. I like magic rings better than a chain 4. You can actually tighten them. The chain 4 is like solidly shaped. I like a decently... Alright, let's just make this a little bit tighter, because I don't really feel like I'm redoing back to the magic ring. Like, that's the biggest struggle with this. Like, you don't really gotta mess with tension too much on this first one. It mostly has to do with the fact that you gotta figure out where to start your... You gotta start your magic circle. So let's slip stitch, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do the product photos, cook up some lunch, and then I will come back and eat on stream. So I'll set this here. I'll set this here. We'll throw on BRB. We'll update what BRB says. Photos and food break. We'll see if Bootsy stays here for y'all. He's probably gonna get up and follow me though. It looks so much worse. Inverted. Okay, okay. You're in. I'll move my hand. Alright. I'll leave you all here. I'll go grab my two bunnies and my phone and we'll do some photos. I'll make some lunch. And come back. We'll see if Bootsy stays here for you. I would prefer if I like have him. So we'll let Bootsy be our stream focus for now. Yeah. I'll take off the invert at least. And then you can see Bootsy. There we go. Let's see how long he chills there. Oh, I see the bug. That means he left stream. I'm sorry.
Photos are done. I'll be right. Now I gotta make some food. I think I'm gonna do some ravioli.
Oh, I just got a notification that the stream started over again, so did we lose connection? Or did I just get the notification late? These are things we must know. Oh, we just got the notification late. No, we're fine, we're still live. Oh, sneak peek of Booty. Booty followed me in. Okay, I'm still not done with lunch. Had to check because I got that notification. Booty, come here. You gotta host the stream for me. There we go. Perfect host. Are you gonna go in your hole again? Okay, Bootsy. Well, you gonna go in? No? I don't know what he's doing. But I gotta go back to my food.
Alright, I am back. I have lunch. Why am I ginger? I'm not really. I'm technically blonde. I have like purpley, pinkish, blue dyed hair right now. So if that's what you're meaning by ginger. Also my mom is redhead. So I naturally have the predisposition to have been a ginger, but I still don't. Oh, I didn't even notice this was gone. Brucey's looking at me like, excuse me. My bed is on the floor. Alright, Bug. Let's see if Brucey will come up. So we're taking a pause on crocheting because I'm eating lunch. I won't bore you with having to hear me eat, but, okay. Let's give you this an easier angle to enter. There you go. There we go. And let's turn you around so the audience can see you. Bootsy will be our focus for now while I eat food. I'll pop up in my mic for chit-chatty stuff, at the very least. Let's throw on a YouTube video. What's your own troll dude? Back, or be right back. Gonna go take care of my dishes like a responsible adult did. Lucy can be the star of the show for a bit again. We'll see if he gets up and follows me. So I've decided to bring in my pillow. Try to keep my arms up. I'm also gonna put on my blanket. So this is gonna be what I rest my arms on while I crochet a bit more. Yeah. Okay, let's turn back. All right. So where we left off, we were working on our granny square stitches, or our granny square with our all-in-one. We got our first, we have our first square done. Let's actually move this here. Get the stuffing out of the way, and then yeah, then we can kind of see our progress. I like that. You can kind of see our progress as we go. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quick edit. Yeah. Sorry. Bootsy can hear me talking, so just gotta figure out what we're up to. But what I'm gonna do is gonna edit the product photos I quick took. Oh no. Did I have a smudge on my lens the whole time? I might have to go back and retake some of the product photos. I think I had portrait mode on for a minute, like a hot minute while I was doing these. So I think that's in part what happened. Yeah, I might have to retake not this bunny, but so I guess I'll just leave this as is. Do I want to take photos now or just kind of get back? I've been gone from street for a little bit. Let's get back into crocheting, and then we'll take another break later on. You know, we've got plenty of light in the day. This is Monster. All right. All right. Let's get back into this, all right? We got the bug chilling. He's like zoned out. I don't know what he's staring at. He's staring at something. Is he staring at the light? I don't know what he's staring at, but he's staring into the great beyond. Oh, we're done this way. Ooh, I know what to do. My retired dad is doing nothing. He can join stream. I'm super excited for my got distracted, sorry.
So I'm super excited. I've ordered some stuff for my brand, like for selling stuff. So we've got our label maker, um, our thermal printer. We've got a Okay, I'll have to go a little bit looser. Actually, I think I'm gonna go all the way back to the first stitch. I think I'll just, because I think what's happening is in part, like a a stack single crochet, if you have to like, if I don't make it loose enough, it's not gonna be as tall as the other double crochets. I think I also, yeah, I turned it in my project. Okay. We gotta make a really loose single crochet, like really loose single crochet, and then a really loose stack on that single crochet. And then we can do our double crochets, and then we'll try to like make them a little bit looser. The little bug is like just crawling up in this little cave, moving around, moving, grooving, rootin' and tootin'. He's like about to fall out. No. Bootsy. Bootsy, what are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? I wonder, hold on, I have another cat bed. He never uses it, because it was our previous cat's bed, and so I think it's not as high, but I wonder if like I put this bed on top of that bed, if he'll like it a bit more, like something a little softer. But he kind of like just lays on hard surfaces. He doesn't really lay on soft surfaces unless it's my lap, so maybe not. Maybe he just likes his hard surfaces, and that's why he doesn't use the cat bed, because it's too soft. But I think I was talking about earlier, but we've got, yeah, some stickers. I do have to update the crochet, the logo, I think, and make a really simple version that can be thermal printed. It's already like a simple like ball of yarn, but if I make a really simple one that's just like LC or something, and then I can like thermal print that more easily. That's something I've been debating, but I'd have to like, and then I like set it so it could be black and white, because the thermal printer can only print black, like black or gradient kind of thing. Okay, so got that much left. Where can I loosen up a bit more? Probably my chains. Let's see. This first one's still like the shortest. Let's just go. This is gonna be an experimental one, because I gotta really get used to tensioning with a 5mm or 5.5, because I've only ever made these with the 6. But you have to get too tight at the very end, and I think I'd rather go looser than tighter. Just for the sake of my hands. So I think that's how I'm adjusting now. I'm just making something really loose. Pop into this music. It's really fun. I hope it's not too overpowering. Oh, we lost our viewer on Twitch. I wonder if Gizmo just like left his stream up and now I'm too loose. Oh no. Let's just tighten it up a little bit for these last couple stitches. Okay, now we're gonna go loose. And we're gonna... Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright, now I gotta pull out this next color. There we go. We're going as loose as possible. I think I'm getting my arm too high on the pillow. I just heard the whine. Oh, the big sleepy boy. There is a little bit of bleed in the yarn, I'm noticing. Split the yarn. See, if this was a Z twist, it wouldn't be splitting like this.
Ah, itchy nose. Okay, so I'm one cluster short. Let's just go back here and tighten it a bit. A little tighter. Take stitches. Not so tight that it's hurting my hands. Well, it's kind of hurting my hands, but I think that's just from earlier. Ah, still not enough. Okay. Let's go. I think I went a little bit too light all the way around. So let's go a little bit, or too loose all the way around. And so let's try to find that happy medium. Oh, I went too far. I'm getting like a leg cramp. So I'm stretching it. You can't see it, but I'm stretching my leg from under there. Alright, we're going around. Alright, that shifted the black bleed of this corner, which is nice.
Yeah, we're shifting. Oh, you're in the car again. Be safe, please. I hope your event was good. We have kind of shifted things once again. So we've got our granny square that is done in the background. And I have this pillow to like crochet my arms on. And we've got Bootsy actually in his little cubby, which is always so fun. Okay. We're gonna go extra loose here. A little bit looser. Let me know if the music's too loud. There you go. Be safe, Vanessa. I hope you're... I'll kind of do my more chatty back and forth with you once you land again. But yeah, we're working on our second granny square. We took a break to make lunch, do some product photos. I do have to redo some of the product photos just because they did not like, I think I either had a smudge on my camera, and then I also had like portrait mode on for a part of it, so gotta retake those. And then once I'm done with that, I'll finish editing those photos and upload them on my site. Part of the reason I didn't like take a break right away to take the photos is because we had like a weird pause for food and the photos already, so I wanted to kind of break up that a bit more. So I wanted, yeah, breaking that up, those like 2 big breaks, a bit more. Two, 3. Stack single crochets. It's like folding over. Okay, we'll do a decent tension and not go super loose, but we don't want to be too tight either. Alright, let's pull out our next color. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pulls. Oh. Alright, we're going around town and they're like minty green. Again, we're getting some bleeding here. But yeah, we're going around in our minty color. we are jamming to music. We are watching some Mia Maples, reviewing clothes that I already own. Blog Lotties versus Popflex. I will say, hold on, let me drink some more. Well, let's see if we can do like the perfect lace girl setup. Okay. Yeah, I like how I did this new angle so you could see me crochet, and then I get this pillow and I'm just fully blocking that I'm crocheting. Okay, let's see if we can shift things. Woo! I didn't drink the water I said I was gonna do. Alright. We have shifted. We are finishing off our third edge, our second edge, about to start our third edge in the minty green color. I'm not going fast, sorry. I could be crocheting a bit faster. We wanna make some good progress. This music's fun, but it does feel like it's loud, so when you land Vanessa, you'll have to let me know if the music's too loud or if it's like really quiet like it was last time. Finishing up that third side with our third cluster, our last cluster. On our last edge. Let's see if I have enough. I'm not gonna. Okay. I'm 2 clusters shy. Let's go to around the corner. Rework the bend. Okay, there you go. A little bit tighter, but not so much tighter that it's weird. We've got our bleeding shifted, which is nice. That's a good sign. I don't remember if it shifted 1 or 2 slots, so hopefully it was 2. Ah, itchy nose! Itchy nose! Okay, we only got one more cluster of that, so let's go back around 2 corners. That's the one downside of this yarn. It's a lot of yarn chicken, it's a lot of back and forth, but it's really nice because you're not having to weave in as many ends, because you're not weaving with every single color change. Also, I gotta use this yarn up anyway because I have a bunch of it, but I would be curious, I've seen folks do other patterns besides granny squares with this yarn, so I do wonder if I should do something like that. Okay, I think I shifted that at least another one over. Okay, let's just go back our cluster. He's snoring. Okay, hold on. I feel like with chains you can kind of get away with using just a tear more. Alright, there we go. There we go. Ah, my nose is still like itching like crazy. Oh my gosh. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. My nose was itching. It still kind of does. Oh, my dad's not gonna join stream because the Brewers are on.
Hold on. Let's give Bootsy a little pillow too. There we go. Bootsy has a pillow now. Ugh. Hold on. We're gonna switch screens.
I wonder how long I was like that. I wonder how long I was like that, where it was like this. Cause it's such a subtle visual difference, but like it mutes me. So I got out this pillow for him because he was like laying in here, but then he'd like flop his head out, and he was just like laying on the hard wood. And so I got his pillow here, a pillow here. And this is from another cat bed that I had that he's like never used. Because it is a used cat bed, so like our cat before, who was very creatively named Kitty, used that other cat bed a bit more frequently. So I can see why Bootsy didn't. Oh, he's doing something. He's shifting. He's like deep in the cavern today. Um, Something yellow. Oh, I wonder if it was touching up against my planter and like some of the yellow paint transferred. I don't know. Oh yes, he is the king of cozy comfy. He's just living his best life, doing whatever he can to just relax. I'm working on the second Granny Square yarn, but first one since we've come back from our lunch break. I don't know, I feel like I haven't been able to like sit comfortably since I've been back. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I need to like pull out my walking mat and walk and crochet, but the walking mat's all the way in the living room, so I don't know if I want to have to like drag it all the way in here. Oh, yes. So if you pull from the inside or outside, the twist will be reversed. So if you're doing a center pull, I believe it does technically classify based on the center pull. But so like if I have a center pull and the yarn would then be an S twist, right? But if from that same ball of yarn that's an S twist from the center pull, I could go from the outside and it'll act like a Z twist. However, I am using a yarn that works up in a very specific order and only works from the center pull. So I have to do it as a center pull and I can't go from the outside. So it defeats the whole like, well, just grab from the other side kind of manner. So I have to like it has to be in this S twist formation for this yarn, which again I think is weird because they manufactured this yarn specifically to be crocheted, so why wouldn't they make it a Z twist? Unless you're a left-handed crocheter, you're fine, you know? Well, yeah, so an S twist does work for left-handed crochet. So an S twist, like if you're left-handed crocheting, it pulls like I think you got off or you were driving when I showed this, but hold on, I'm gonna finish this cluster. So basically, let's see if I can show this in the black. So basically, when you're twisting, like when you twist the hook and you're left-handed, you're twisting this way, and it's getting tighter. Whereas when you're right-handed crocheting, you're twisting this way, and like you can get that gapping. And so this is when you can split your yarn on accident more easily, because you've actually unwound the yarn in a sense. Yeah, I think when I showed that earlier, that like twisting thing, I think you were already in the car. Or you had hopped off. I'm gonna like move this pillow because
You look so silly.
You can possibly see him better this way. Oh, you're already on the job. Okay. I wasn't fully sure. I knew like you had asked the question and like popped off immediately or pretty quick close to right after you sent that question. But I wasn't sure if was because you had landed at work or if you had um, gotten off the road. We did have to laugh. I do have to laugh. My dad might be joining stream later, but the baseball team that he follows is playing right now, so no. No, you're absolutely fine. No worries. No worries at all. Yeah, I sent him my live stream and he responded with the baseball game's on. Thanks though. It's like, all right, enjoy your baseball. Actually, the baseball team we support is actually doing pretty decent right now, so they can keep it up, knock on wood. Okay, I'm 1 cluster short and 2 change. So I think we're gonna go back to this spot. Actually, no, I'm gonna go back to this corner and tighten up just because I want some weave-in wiggle room. That's it's one of the downside is it's a lot of yarn chicken with this yarn. Calculating that over under but for some reason some colorway / some skeins he was a Yankees fan. Oh, and ooh, I'm pretty sure aren't those like rival teams or something? That's oof. Did your dad like your husband? I think if I recall, those are rival teams, right? I don't know baseball that well. I know everyone hates the Cubs except Cubs fans, but even Cubs fans hates them. That's all I know. I don't know much about baseball. They added a timer, so I do really enjoy the bananas though. Though my favorite baseball team, bananas. Hands down, the Georgia's baseball team, the bananas. That's so cool. That's so cool. Like being able to was there like a period in between while your husband was learning sign language that you did some level of interpretation? Or was your dad kind of lovingly hard on him of like I will immediately only communicate if he communicates with me? Just see a little tongue bean. Oh my goodness. My nose has been like super itchy. Or I don't know why. Yeah, I'm hoping we're able to finish this square. I almost need like a your dad was a character. That's like I think that's the job of dads. They're supposed to be a character, you know? They're supposed to be dads are supposed to have like a personality with a capital P. You know? That's what makes Dad's the best. Okay. So I've made it, but I might just go a little bit back even further and go really tight. Just want to hang out and crochet, man. Just want to hang out and crochet. Yeah, go get the water. Be right back. You know, you're all good. I'm just sitting here frogging and redoing this last row, hoping that I can get some more yarn to be able to weave in ends nicely. Because I don't really want to weave in ends and have the green showing. Because that's no bueno. Alright, I just watched this video, so let's skip this. This yarn color, absolutely. I pretty much got every single skein of this yarn, that had a black border. So I have a lot of this yarn. I did kind of choose this one by happenstance. It was kind of just the first one I grabbed. Because I do have a lot of this yarn that I think I'll be working through. Because I do kind of just want to make a bunch of bags. Because I want to, like, really something that I can, like, just fill my shop with. But, like, part of me is like, well, I could make clothes out of these, but we're, like, getting into summer season. And so, like, these are acrylic yarns. It's a bit too heavy for, like, acrylic yarns. Also, I find this yarn really scratchy. I would not want to wear these as like a cardigan, a vest, like anything that's gonna touch my skin. So I don't even know if I want to do a blanket in this yarn. Like, so I think just doing a bag is going to be like the way to go. Just like use these, make a bunch of bags. Maybe I'd make some different style of bags, smaller bags, bigger bags, you know. So you like washed up like because this is red heart. I just find red heart super scratchy. Cause like I've seen some cool patterns using this all-in-one yarn that's like not the granny squares, which I think is fun, but I don't know. I really don't like the feeling on my skin. Like it's one of those things where it's definitely softer than a lot of red heart. It washes up soft. I just don't remember like it's one of those things where like this is the yarn my okay, chat in that. focus. Alright. Right. We're going around. Okay, there we go. And then we're gonna. Okay. There we go. Ta-da! Oh. All right. I'm gonna be right back. The sun's out. We've got lots of nice light. I'm gonna quick take those photos. BRB. Taking photos. Actually, hold on. Bootsy is in charge. There we go. All right. Grabbing the phone, grabbing the plush, and we'll be back. Bootsy, what are you doing? You were supposed to be in charge of the stream. What are you doing in the living room, dude? Supposed to watch the stream. So sorry, y'all. Bootsy was supposed to be supervising the stream, and he's out here abandoning y'all, dropping the ball. What a goofy goober. Oh. Bootsy, I can't push myself in your thing. What are you doing? What are you doing, you bug? I gotta move my chair. Bootsy. Thank you. Alright, hold on. Gonna set this back here. Get the chair off the wheel. Scoop myself in. Feel my phone go off. Ah, he's in the living room. He's wandered off back to the living room, abandoning post. Again. Well, at least he's not in charge anymore. If he was still in charge and he had abandoned post, that'd be much more concerning. Alright. Let's pull out the phone and let's sit and look like I'm texting people while I edit photos, because I can't go in and share my photos. I did not recognize my face, how dare it. Opening the photo editor. I use Photo Room. FYI. Okay. Yeah. Let's get that one. This one.
Bopping music. Oh. Yeah, I like that one. I like to give the photos a transparent background too. So that's pretty much all I'm doing, is I'm just removing the background when I'm editing the photos. Nice little tail shot. And I'll typically do more photos than I actually post to the website. And then like pick and choose from those. Oh, whoops, I accidentally doubled up a photo. There you go. Ooh, I got a message from a job. What are you doing? He attack. Okay. Exporting a bunch of photos. Which side did I just do? Purple. Oh shoot, I did the wrong one. Ah! Ah. Make sure I have. Oh, I only have. Oh, jeez. Face on. I need that one.
There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go to gallery. And then that's Instagram. Didn't I hit gallery? Apparently I hit Instagram. Looks a lot like my gallery. Okay. Just click that one. Then we're gonna share on my drive, upload it. Then while that's doing that, I'm gonna check out the message I got. Alright. Alright, do we add photos to say the bunny collection grows? Yes. Then let's grab a brown bunny. Yes. And then we're gonna caption it. Okay, so Bootsy is in one of the photos. So I think just like bunnies IRL, they're multiplying. And and Bootsy is watching on in horror. Can
There we go. Let's add some hashtags. There we go. They're up on Instagram. Now we can go add them on our website. Woo! Okay, first I gotta go to Google Drive. Thank you, YouTube, for telling me I'm live on my own channel. Doo-doo. My drive. Let's just do a list, and then from here to here, let's download all these. Now I gotta go to my files. Downloads. Open that. Extract all of them and throw them in the correct folder. Let's upload some photos. What did I grab for this one? Okay, let's do this one, and then actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a new thumbnail photo for this product. I think I'm gonna use the little fun guy. Now let's go with the blue bunny. Actually, let's edit the one first. Oh, hi, bug. he wants he wants attention. Yes, I like this. Hold on, I'll download this one. And then we'll grab this one. Ooh, grab, actually. So start with this one, and then we'll go back to downloads. And move this into thumbnails. And then name this appropriately. Yeah. Alright. So then we'll add that one. Move that. Make this the thumbnail. Yeah, yeah. You scared me. The pink is going to be, once all the photos load. Don't want to load. There we go. I got you. You're mine. Oh, we got a little baby. We got a little baby. Alright, so if I go to the website,
looking at you. If we shop. Where's your baby? You're a baby. Yes, you are. You're a baby. You're a baby. You're a baby. Yes, you are. Ho ho. Giving the belly rubs. You love the belly rubs. You love the belly rubs. You put to love belly rubs. Belly. I think what we need to do. Ah, it's not as fun as no one's on. You got eye boogers. Let's clean that out. Thank you. Hey, we're cleaning your eyes out. My hands are getting eaten. Oh no. What am I to do? Apparently my hands are dirty and need to be cleaned. Dude, what are you doing? I think he likes the taste of metal. Alright. I've tried to efficiently make my dad jealous by sending him a photo of Bootsy and told him he's missing out. So, we'll see if we can guilt him into joining. Alright. This entire blue here is like stained with other colors. It's weird. Hit a pause and contemplate life, apparently. Oh, thank you. Ah! What are you doing? Hello! How are you doing? Yes, we have a Discord. You can join. I see you just joined. I am going to say no for now. I really appreciate the offer, but I'm gonna say no for now. I'm just here crocheting, streaming. I'm trying to build my platform, yes, but I want to say I don't think you've been on, like, you've joined my stream long enough to feel like, no offense, that you have good intentions wanting to donate. So, no. But we do have a cat. You can join us watching the cat. He chills with us while we crochet. Oh, he's getting up. He's wiggling around. Oh, he stretches his legs. Oh, we might be falling into the one thing I feared with this camera angle. We cannot see Bootsy in his chair. Yeah. He has disappeared, and from this camera angle, we don't get the window, and it's such a travesty. Okay. Let's see if we can, like, rotate it a bit. Yeah, we're gonna lose our current project, but we at least don't have Bootsy in frame now. There we go. Yeah. So now we're starting our third graining square. We might just not use the first one in a big project, solely because we used a different hook size. So we'll have to see how they kind of, if it worked together slash if it's noticeable at all. But we're just going through crocheting along. But yeah, welcome to the Discord. You're free to stay in chat if you want. I'm currently working. Oh, we can't see it. I'm currently working with Red Hearts All-in-One Granny Square yarn. As I make a bunch of granny squares, we're gonna try to make a bunch of granny squares to make a bag. It's gonna be similar to this bag here. There you go. But yeah, we're gonna keep crocheting away. Working on our little granny squares. I didn't pull out all of this color. I should have, because now I don't really have a good sense of how close I am to the end to know if I have to adjust my tension early or not. But I guess we'll keep rolling along. I could just, pause, pull it all out, and check, but it's the mystery of it all. Do we see some peach? Oh, and we see peach, but we are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chains too early. All right, so let's frog back around this corner, and then let's just go a little looser with our tension here. All right. Oop, go a little looser here. Yeah. Around the corner. Looser. Let's see if that worked better. Oh, I should wave to you. Did I? There we go. Okay, much did I fix this one? 2, 3 and a half. Okay, so that means we're going back a few more corners. Let's just make it all around a little bit looser from here. Because we can. Go to around the corners, cluster of 3. Not pulling it through that last one, or one space. Our cluster of 3. Our 2, cluster of 3. So 1, and our cluster of 3. Did I still, what is it now? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that just means we gotta go all the way to beginning and make it all a bit looser. Shuckaroonies. Oh well. It's not too much of a struggle. Hello. Hold on. I'll let it through. Don't worry. Hold on. It didn't allow that word, but it allowed your other word. Okay. That's hilarious. Okay, whatever, Automods. That's fine. Well, I started a bit early, yeah. Took a break, did some product photos and stuff. But now we're just crocheting around, you know? We're doing a bunch of granny squares using this red heart all-in-one, and we're gonna make a bag. We finished the bunny, and we paused during lunch to take some product photos. I did have to pause again to fix some product photos because I had it in portrait mode. Oh no! Working out? Or, oh yeah, because you couldn't do like your workout routine, so now you got your phone again, so you could. Right? I'm guessing that's why your body's hurting. Unlike mine, which is hurting because I've been sitting in a chair too long. Ooh, extra legs. Leg day is always worst day. We finished the bunny from last night, so we've got this guy here. We're also trying a new camera angle, hoping that maybe you can see the crocheting a bit better. That's at least the thought behind it. Having everything just a little bit closer. And then we got like this nice 50-50 split between me and Bootsy, which is always great. Ugh. Hold on. I'm gonna do this glass cluster a little bit tighter. Thank you. He's listed but not in stock yet. So we added the product photos to the website, but I haven't updated any of the stock yet so that it's there, people can see it, but you can't buy it. Solely because I don't have my shipping packages yet. And so I'm like, the products themselves are ready. It's the way to get them anywhere isn't ready. Okay. What happened here? Okay. I teased my dad. Alright, sounds good.
Oof. Okay. Hold on. We got a frog back bit. Alright. Alright, we're switching. Ah, itchy nose. There we go. Hopefully your internet got fixed. Ooh. I'll go to Michael's if I get some lining. Itchy nose. Ugh.
All right. All right. We're working on another square. We see the end is near for the square. We're almost to weaving an ends. We're just vibing, crocheting, crocheting, I'm vibing. Hello, Ocean. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm here. I'm crocheting along. We're making some granny squares. We've previously made this bunny. Technically, I finished them today off stream, but we were working on it last night, so I thought we'd show them off. How are you doing? Glad to hear that. Oh, I love that for you. I'm here. So we're doing some red hearts all in one granny square yarn to make granny squares, and we're gonna eventually make enough to make a bag. This is the third one we're making for the stream. We've upload. Oh, that's. I don't think that was enough stitches between them. Might have been. Take some product photos and upload them to the website. Edit them, upload them to the website. We had lunch. We've had plenty of cat breaks. He is in the window now, but he's been like sitting on lap earlier, being a cutie. But yeah, we're just out here crocheting away. What are you up to today? Fun is like a bouquet blanket. Those are like the circular blankets that you can roll up into a bouquet, right? That's what you mean by those? Or are you crocheting a blanket that has like a bunch of flower stitches throughout? I think you're talking about like those circular blankets, right? That have like the flowers on the end. Still not enough. Frog and back. It's the one downside of this yarn. And of course, I didn't have this pain with my first skein of this yarn. I get it with my second skein though, where they didn't make the border color extra long so you had enough to weave in ends and stuff, which is stupid. Yeah, okay. I want to make sure I was thinking of the right one. And I was. Oh, yeah, I wish. Cause like last time I made these granny squares, like I had a lot of white left to where I just always had plenty of like length to weave in my ends. And I was actually crocheting with a 6mm hook that whole time. And like this, I'm with a 5mm hook, and I'm having like to have like super tight tension all the way around while I go through this. It's wild. It's wild. Also, I feel like I'm starting to look more and more bricked as I stream on. Yeah, I like those blankets too. Those are really fun. Ooh, what are you thinking? I've seen people make those, like I know of those other patterns. However, I personally hate the texture to like wear this. I would rather just make different granny squares with different yarn and then make that a hooded scarf. instead of this yarn. I'm fine making this yarn into a bag. And so, like, I'll use this to, like, make a bunch of granny square bags. Like, big bags and small bags, I think. But I'll use, like, I don't know, a different kind of acrylic yarn or cotton yarn or nylon, whatever. Make some granny squares to make, like, a hooded scarf. That's... 'cause, like... I get some people are fine with it, but I also wouldn't want people to like buy something that they're wearing thinking it's gonna be nice and soft and it's this like scratchy texture. Some people say this does wash nicely and like become a really soft yarn, but I don't know. I don't know about that. I would rather just not make anything to wear with this. But yeah, I'm kind of disappointed with this ball just because like they really don't give you enough of the border color. Like I should not be playing yarn chicken with my border color because I have to weave in ends. Like why should like you should give me extra border color so that I always know I have enough to weave in my ends. It's silliness, I'd say. But that's funny. That's funny. I don't. Did you just like go in a square the whole time and you just made something like really square shaped? Is that kind of what happened or what? If you don't mind me asking. 'Cause like you're talking about just a square beanie that like when you put it on a round head, it makes a little like cat ear effect. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. It's just gonna make it if it does. Okay. I hate having to like make it this tight. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. That's yeah, that'll do that. Alright, but we're being really good today. We're weaving in all our ends as we go. So, that's our next step today. We're gonna take this and weave it in right away. Like a good crocheter. We're also blocking them right away. I'm not waiting for them to block them. I'm just putting them on a blocking board. Just to kind of like get them in that stretch shape right away. Yeah, but I want to like secure them, and also I'm selling these, so I don't want them to like come undone when someone else is trying to use it. So I just want to make sure these are really... So this is the Red Hearts all-in-one, so I actually don't have to change colors. But you're playing Yarn Chicken the whole time, hoping that you make the like the color change of the yarn happens at the right point. Um, so you're like having to constantly on the fly adjust your tension. I feel like if you're changing colors, you can kind of like weave those in as you crochet to a degree. It depends on what stitch type you're using. Like if you're doing a straight, like a solid um, double crochet granny square, um, where like the entire square is like there's no gapping, you're just fully making a square and you just kind of have like the X shape. I feel like with that you can like bury your ends as you go. Whereas with a granny square stitch like this, you're kind of SOL because you have to, there's so much gapping, so it's hard to like weave it in as you go. Unless you like double up your yarn in sections, but then I'm not sure. Like, that doesn't always like visually look good, you know? It's kind of the which poison do you take? I try not to spend too much time crocheting though, or weaving in ends, just like enough to get them secure. I also split the yarn while I weave an end, so they really shouldn't come unwound. Oh, this is actually a cat bed. I'm guessing this is what you're talking about. So this is like a cat bed that Bootsy goes in. Um, it's not like the perfect design. No, let's just put this guy in the background. You can't see him anymore with this angle, but he's been coming in and out of there during stream, so we're keeping it here for now. I do have a beanbag, but I definitely don't crochet it. I've had it long before I even knew how to crochet. I think my dad got it for me for something, like Christmas or my birthday or something. In like middle school or high school, when he thought I would have friends over all the time to hang out with. That didn't happen. I will say this square has a lot of bleed to it. Yeah, yes and no. Like, bother me in the fact that he wants attention and will like lay in my lap. Yes. Bother me in the fact that like occasionally he'll want to play with the yarn. Yes. But constantly bothering me where no, because sometimes he'll chill with like that over there and not care about the yarn. He'll chill in the bed, not care about the yarn. He'll even chill in my lap while I crochet and not care about the yarn, you know. But he still is a cat that like likes yarn, so he will still occasionally care about the yarn. And tries to be a very dedicated helper in capturing the yarn. And will attack it while I work. It's very cute, only mildly invasive. he he enjoys being a supportive character to my endeavors, but he also is a lover of naps, and I think that's sometimes why he messes around more, because I'm not napping with him, and that I think annoys him more than him wanting to play with the yarn more than anything. But he will nom on slash through yarn and wires and stuff like a bad cat will. But he's still just a good boy. He'll stop when you tell him to. He might go back to it later, but he'll stop after you tell him to again. But then he'll go back to it later, and then he'll stop when you tell him to. He's a silly guy. He does have some crocheted cat toys. I did not make those. I got them at a craft exchange because I thought, why not? They were cute. And I was also bringing crocheted stuff, so I thought a crochet trade for a crochet trade. And look at us. We have another square on our block. That's 3 squares done. And blocking ends woven in as we go. Where'd my hook go? Let's see if you see my hook. Oh, there it is. Found it. But we're looking at making a bag like this. I really enjoyed actually crocheting those bunnies. So I was crocheting those a bunch. I will say I like to change it up. Like I enjoyed crocheting those bunnies. I made a lot of them. But I'm also done with making bunnies now, you know? Like I don't need to make more bunnies for a while. I enjoy amigurumi. I enjoy clothes. I enjoy making like duffel bags. Oh, big stretch. He's gonna turn, curl over, and oh, down again he goes. Yeah, I like mixing it up. I really enjoyed, hold on, let's see if I can turn so it can be visible. Not this way. Okay, you can kind of see it if I lean forward and oh, wrong way. I really enjoyed making this shawl. That's with like, I think it's the Karen Halo yarn or something. I really enjoyed making that. I think I worked it up in like 2 days. It was fun. I'm not the fastest crocheter out there, I recognize that, but do still enjoy making things. I feel that making something the first time, but it's one of those things where I feel like the second time you make it, you're faster, but the third time you make it, it's longer. Because the first time you're stopping to read the pattern, whereas the second time you're more familiar and know what to expect. But the third time you make the pattern, you're like, okay, I just want this to be done. But that's the beauty of crochet. You can make something new all the time. I also really enjoyed, but yeah, I think I'd say my favorite thing to make for the longest time was those bunnies. I actually made those 3, and then I made 2 that I've already like gifted. Oh, jeepers.
I have to go way tighter on these. I've been crocheting since the summer of 2023 actually, so not too long, but I crochet almost every day. I was taught to crochet with Blue Kids. That's what I start with. Wow, that's awesome. What's your favorite thing to make? Catalogs or bags? Exciting. That's nice. Alright, let's pull out the blue. Tension regulator? Like, are you thinking like tension rings? No, I've never made one. Interesting. Nope, I've never made one. I actually have only seen them as like rings. Like not crocheted rings. I don't actually keep really any whips. I try to like finish things immediately. Um, I have one whip that I have, I guess, but it's kind of in this state where I'm just gonna frog it. And I haven't. And not cut like it was one of those things where it's like I kind of hated it, but I didn't entirely hate it. I would have probably been fine. But it's this it's a top that is supposed to have like ribbing. It was like gonna be an off the shoulder kind of ribbing moment. And I was using this really fluffy yarn. And you could see the ribbing to a degree, but the yarn was so fluffy, it like you really lost the like whole purpose of
Oop, 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 oop. I'm goofing, I'm goofing. Like, there was like no reason to make it ribbing because it was such a fluffy yarn. There was no like stitch definition to even see that I had done it. So I found a different pattern to work this pattern for this yarn because I was more so wanting to use the yarn than the pattern. And so I've made like a top down raglan kind of top with the yarn instead. That made more sense than trying to do that ribbing pattern. I think if I were to come back to that pattern. Oh, weird. I I don't have a lot of those. Mostly because I'll either make something for someone without them asking, or I just finished it before they were not wanting them. I don't like not having finished projects too much. Recently I had some pants that I didn't finish for the longest time. I did like finish them the other night, but I didn't finish them. Mostly all that was left was sewing on some pockets. So it was weaving an ends kind of thing. Like that, it was hand sewing these pockets on. And so that was the only reason I hadn't finished it. Everything else, like everything was done. I just had not added the pockets. That's all that was left with those. But no, I don't really keep a lot of whips box. This was actually my, oh, I dropped the bunny. This container here was my whip box. And we can see it's empty now. Because, well, it's gotten repurposed as like products to sell box because my whips are done. But yeah, most things that get left in the whip stage are either there because I put the whole skein to be frogged, and so I just put it with the yarn stash, so next time I use that yarn, I'll frog it. Or as, or it goes into the little bucket for me to finish. But yeah, most, I do, well, technically I do have one, it's a scrunchie that's, you could consider a whip, I guess, but that, I can't really finish it because it's made with Juicy Couture, and I ran out of the color, and I couldn't find any more of it, before Joann's closed. I was searching Joann's stores like a dog trying to find some electric velvet. I just, for the life of me, could not. Or electric haze, whatever it was called. Electric something. Like no one's in chat. Um, yeah, relatively. I mean, I've only been streaming for under a month, you know? So I am kind of just starting to stream relatively, you know. You gotta work up an audience. But yeah, I will chat with folks in my audience while I crochet. You know, I'm also streaming at an irregular time. I'm not usually crocheting at this time, but yeah, I'll typically only have 1 or 2 viewers between Twitch or YouTube at a time. But I'll engage with them while if they're chatting, for sure. No, everyone's got to start somewhere, so that's
where I feel like I'm at. Ah, shoot. Gotta go way looser, way sooner. Just gonna go back to the first cluster and be loose from there. Actually, just make my stack single crochet looser. Yeah, I'll watch shows, YouTube while I stream, you know, chat when folks come in. If it's just myself, I'll just keep working along. We're trying a new camera angle today. And typically we're far away. We're trying this closer up view so you can kind of see the crocheting a bit more. I mean, it's still not perfect. You're not right on it, but unfortunately I have a fisheye lens. And so if I get any closer, it looks really, really weird. Yeah, that's tough. It's one of those things where I don't think everyone really gets how long it takes to crochet. For sure, but at the same time, I think there is a level of like I really enjoy making stuff for people. You know, I'm also fine saying no to people if like I don't really want to make that. But I mean the first thing I ever sold was made for a member of my church who saw me crocheting something for myself and asked. You know, I don't I do it for fun for myself. You know, for my business now. I'm like 3 stitches too early. Okay, let's see if I can make one of these chains, like these chains a bit looser. Thank you so much. I hope so too. I actually haven't really been advertising it to my personal life too much. Pretty much just my parents know. Um, I only just sent my brother my website tonight, so like, or like today, so, or no, I think I sent it last night. So it's really like, I've been kind of just like, quote unquote, anyone here has been viewers that like found me through whatever YouTube algorithm, Twitch algorithm they had, you know, which I think is like cool. But I also, you know, I think once I have my website, like all my like selling pieces that I need, like that equipment in, I'll probably start marketing on my personal side, my store and Twitch and YouTube. Oh, that's fun. It also depends on how old you are. You know, if you're younger and you've got like a bunch of younger peers that might not be in the craft yet, that's one thing. Because like, especially if someone was like, oh, my grandma used to crochet, I can't get anything, like I didn't learn from my grandparents.
I would really love something like my grandma made or something like that. Um, I know for me, I made a lot of stuff for myself at first, and then was like really making a lot of gifts, so I think it kind of scratched people's itch for like asking for stuff instead, because just gave them stuff. So um, it also depends on what you're making. You know, if you're making something really unique and niche that like a lot of people are interested in, that could also play a role in folks asking for stuff. Um, I know when I first started crocheting, everyone was like, "Oh, you could sell these things," and I didn't think I was gonna go down this route just because I wanted it to stay a fun hobby and not be quote unquote work, but also at the same time, I kind of ran out of room for my own stuff that I'm making. Yeah, I enjoy it. I'm enjoying doing it. It's one of those things where it's like it kills two birds with one stone. I get to chat with folks while I crochet and do something I enjoy slash have to do anyway. Okay, I'll have to. How many clusters? I think I'm gonna be a full cluster short. Okay, I gotta frog all the way back and just be entirely tighter. Um, it's one of those things where I do recognize I crochet slower when I'm streaming, so there is that part of reality, but also like I just would sit in like Discord chats and crochet while people were gaming, you know? I will say with my friends, I would pause to like game, too. So like I'd play Siege or some Genshin Impact. What I really enjoy doing is playing Genshin Impact and then I'll crochet during the dialogue points, but it depends on the pattern. So if you need to like know where you are at all times and it's hard to set it down, that's where it gets tough playing Genshin because it's not a lot more gaming than crocheting. So you have to remember where you are through all the dialogue parts. Um, But yeah, I think this is like really kind of fun, relaxing content. That's what I'm trying to do. I've got the lo-fi in the background, so if I ever do kind of like hyper focus on something, there is like that fun background noise that people can chill, relax to. People enjoy watching, something, quote unquote satisfying. I do acknowledge it's not the best camera angle for like watching some satisfying crochet content, you know. So I'm debating if I should get like a second camera and have like the face camera at one angle and then like the crochet camera on my hands, so I don't have to feel weird about my face not being in stream, but it being close enough where like it fishbowls my face, which just really bothered me. Like I got really uncomfortable when it was like that earlier.
I don't know how to Tunisian crochet at all. I also don't think my hooks are really good for that from what I've seen. I feel like you need like a full just like metal hook to be able to like put all your stitches down on. Okay, how many am I? One, two, okay. Like I feel like you just need a really long hook, and because I use hooks like this, so this is like an interchangeable head, I can't actually do that with these hooks. So I've never really gotten into Tunisian crochet, but I have seen it and it does kind of interest me. I think that would be something I would want to do. Um, but I also kind of want to learn to start knitting, so we might see the occasional knitting content. I think before I do any knitting though, I really want to like robust up the content I have in my shop though. You know, gotta prioritize material first. Oh, hold on, let me check. You're right, they're not showing up. Stream. Sometimes, so I'm using, there they are. They just loaded. Woo! Saved it. There we go. Yeah, I have this bottom one here. This is YouTube, and up here is Twitch. So you should be able to see both chats. Does it always work out like that? I'm just gonna be really picky and like make these chains a little bit looser. But yeah, now your chat's there. I don't know why sometimes like Stream Elements just like you have to like refresh the whole thing. It's weird. That's supposed to be a single crochet or a single chain. Whoops, my bad. Bag straps. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know enough about the Tunisian stitch to like know how different it works up. I've been fine kind of just doing like a I typically use just a chain or a oh what's it called? The chain where like you can almost a foundation chain. Um, those are the two I've typically done for bag handles. Yeah, I think I'm sure my hook size is large enough for some level of Tunisian crochet, but I can't say for certain. Also, I do have like a 60-second timeout, so um, after 60 seconds, chat does disappear. There we go. Creating a crochet stitch. I'm sure there's still stitches to be discovered. So, yeah, you'll have to let me know what it is and how to do it when you get it done. Ah. Yeah, I think we're... Ah. Oh no. That's really cool that like after 7 months of crochet you've come up with your own design. I think that's awesome. The only design I've ever like kind of made up is like it's from a combination of a lot of other designs, but it's a raglan top down that ooh, border stitch are fun. But like for me, mine was like a raglan top down top that was like long puffy sleeves, and it's got like a nice cinching. I really enjoyed making that. I made it for myself, so it's mine. But I could probably make more of it. Ah. We're gonna have to frog back. I don't have enough. How many short am I? I am an entire cluster or an entire double crochet and 2 chains. All right. Let's hope we. I don't think I'm gonna. I I enjoy the I don't mind safety eyes, but for me, it's one of those things where it's like I personally don't like plushies with plastic eyes as is, so that's kind of why I personally avoid making them with safety eyes. So what I opt for often are these crocheted button eyes. So I crochet a magic ring, a 4-stitch magic ring, and then a row of increases with invisible stitch. And then I'll switch up between doing like these button cross eyes, or I'll do eye shinies, which kind of make it look like it's looking in a direction. This guy looks annoyed. I will say, he was like, I can't be bothered. But we love him for that. He is living his best life. Alright, but we are doing a tighter stitch around this because we're just like 2 chains short. And then I think we're gonna go tight the entire way around for the black yarn, just to so we're not having to play the yarn chicken game. Honestly, I don't want to do that. Okay, we shifted that at least a stitch over, so hopefully going tight like this, and then we'll finish and weave in our ends like the good crocheters we are, and weave in as we go. I keep saying I'm gonna pull in my fan in here. I still haven't brought my fan in here. I gotta keep remembering to do that, but maybe we'll do that during stream today. Finish the square, grab my fan, bring it in here. So we get some air movement, because we have ACs in the other 2 main rooms of my apartment, but there's no AC in here. I mean, don't need AC in every room, honestly, but it just makes the lack of air movement in here a bit more obvious. So we might go on an adventure and grab the fan from my bedroom, because I don't use it when the AC is running. I use it like before I start running my AC, but is it enough? It's not enough. It didn't. I have less. What? How? Everything was tighter. I moved that over a whole stitch. Did I just go looser everywhere else again? I don't know what I'm doing, man. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to tightly crochet around and hope and pray I don't have to frog back even further again. It is starting to squeak, and I think this part because like my hands are starting to get sweaty. So I think I'll grab fresh water after I'm done with this. Maybe some like chips or something. I don't love it. If I fasten here, I mean this gets covered up, but we're gonna make sure our stitches are a bit tighter all the way around for the black, so we don't have to play yarn tricks. Where do I get my yarn from? So I did a bunch of buying during Joann's closing sale. So I was at Joann's a lot. I had made friends with some of the retail sellers,
And so I actually got a bunch of employee discounts, even though I didn't work there, um, which was super nice. Um, but so like I haven't had to buy yarn a lot recently, but I bought at Michael's. I have a Michael's by me. I have a Hobby Lobby by me. Like it's one of those things where it's like it is the closer craft store to where I live now. So like if I really need to get something, I could go there, but also I could just hop on the highway for like a 5 minute extra long, like 5 minute, 5 to 6 minute longer drive and just go to Michael's, which they're like free Michael's in like the immediate vicinity. I'll have to like do some checking around, and kind of see which one has the most robust yarn supply. But I've also like last time I bought from Michael's, what I did was I bought a bunch of stuff for online with an in-store pickup, and I had to go to all three of the Michaels in my local area. And so I just spent like an evening just like driving from Michael's to Michael's to Michael's to like just pick up all my yarn. It was kind of annoying, but also, whatever. I needed my yarn. I got my yarn. I got some extra craft supplies, I think, at every single Michael's I went to, um, on that journey. Like I got painting supplies and stuff. I have some canvases behind me, and like I got the black canvases there. I got some like glitter paint there. Like or metallic paints. It's not really glitter paint. It was metallic paint. Yeah, I try to shop Michaels. How did I started crocheting with Wooble kits in 2023. I just ordered some Wooble kits. And I crocheted all four of the packs that I got, pretty much in like a week or two. And I've been crocheting ever since. I started just getting patterns after that, making them in like Barnett blanket yarn instead. And then I started getting smaller yarn for making clothes, because I initially tried making clothes in Barnett blanket yarn as well. They're clothes that cover you. They are heavy and warm though, because they're clothes made with blanket yarn. It's one of those things where it's like I'm proud of them because I made them myself, and like I designed, like I created like patterns for my head, just to make these like little like dresses and tops, but they're not very comfortable to wear, um, at all. So I have them in my closet. I don't wear them. I kind of just keep them as a keepsake now. So I might just take them to my parents and like throw them in like a memorabilia box or something of like my first clothes I made. Um, yeah, that's kind of been my crochet journey. I made like a baby Yoda for Christmas for my brother. I made the first time I actually made the bunny pattern, I made it for my niece. I then made that bunny pattern for an actual like newborn baby gift. I made actually two newborn baby gifts now. Um, I've made this like square fox pattern before. I've got it behind me. I also use that same pattern to, I traded the orange fox for some like gray, and I actually made Bootsy and gave that to my niece. I made like a cat for my niece. I think I made a narwhal for my niece. I've made the Barbie Woobles collection for my parents. I got them in like my parents' hair color and skin tones.
And so I made them a matching set of each other in Barbie and Ken form. Yeah, I just kind of mix and match what I do. I've kind of, with these 3 bunnies, I've kind of stash busted through a lot of my blanket yarn though. So I don't have a lot of blanket yarn in my stash anymore. I will say I do have like some chenille yarns, but if I'm making plushies, I don't, especially if they're intended for kids, I don't really think chenille yarns are the best just because they're not really easy to wash. They're they're more of a high maintenance of care for chenille yarns, and so I just, while I think they're fun and soft and like at first would be, you know, fine as like a nice decorative piece, and like if they were more if it was a more structurally sound yarn, I think I would be fine making stuff in a shield needle yarn for like kids. But until they are, I think I actually don't know a real variety of stitches. I kind of just stick with the basics. But I can check what it looks like. I think I have seen someone do this stitch before. Um, I've just never done it. I think I've seen it. It's mostly like a Tunisian crochet style stitch though, right? Like it's a simple like I think like the overall stitch is used a bit in Tunisian crochet.
What is it, bug? You had to turn around. Yeah, stretch and get comfy again. That's fine. And that's fair. That's a reasonable thing to do. You gotta get up, stretch occasionally, Bootsy. You can't just lay around all day. People might call you lazy. Close to the other side, and then we're gonna flip, and then we're gonna weave in our ends like the good crocheters we are, because we're weaving as we go. Not really good, it's more so responsible. Saving our future selves heartache. No, I recently made a part of the reason I'm so adamant of like weaving in my ends as I go is I recently finished a dress and like I did not weave in my ends as I went, and then I had to weave in all my ends and I was dying. To the point where I actually realized my mistake mid-project, and so I started weaving in my ends. And even that was painful. I had to like weave in like granny squares, like 14 ends at a time, because they were it's just a lot of granny squares on this dress. So you had like 6 for either sleeve, and then you had the bodice was 3 rows of 7 granny squares, and so it was just a lot of ends to weave in. He is a sleepy boy all the times. We love him, but he will never stay awake long. But yeah, I enjoy watching crocheters as well, like seeing the cool projects they do. You know, kind of realizing what's out there and what's possible, I think is awesome. Such a welcoming community too. Oh. Shift it over. But yeah, I think after I'm done weaving in these ends and cutting off these tails, I'm going to do a little stretch break, grab that fan I keep talking about, kind of do a little like mental pause, get around, move. I might even bring my walking pad in. We'll see. Because it is like in a nice area in the living room, but at the same time, I'm almost never in my living room, so it doesn't really make sense to be in the living room. Why not have it in the office where I can use it with my desk, which is what it's designed for. Now we're gonna unravel this. I'll occasionally use a tutorial. It's one of those things where it's like, if you don't know how to do something, you don't know, you know? Like, you gotta, you know, there's not, I don't have a book of crochet stitches. I just don't find reading how to crochet as useful as seeing someone else crochet. So I just, reading a pattern just doesn't, or reading a description of the stitch doesn't really work for me. So I mostly do like video tutorials. If I'm like, oh, I've never heard of this stitch before in this pattern. How do you do it? You know, It's a resource. It's a tool to learn. You can't learn if you don't look for the information. No. I feel like I'm justifying why I use tutorials, but like also at the same time, I don't think that's what you're asking. My grandma did not crochet, so I did not have like someone to teach me. So it's just been woobles and then everything self-taught or finding resources to kind of learn as I go. My grandma could, as she always said, she could knit amazingly, but she could not do crochet. Two needles were fine, one was not. All right, we are cutting off these ends. Again, this square has a lot of bleed to it, but you know, I think it's a fine look. So we're gonna add our squares to the blocking board and just get them situated, stretching. That is 4 on stream. Slow progress, but it's of course an all-in-one stitch, so it's a lot of back and forth frogging. I'm gonna kind of pull out my next color, but I'm going to kind of push my seat back, do some stretching, and I will be yes, go pay attention to your cat. Don't you know he needs you to play. So I will put up my BRB screen. Bootsy's in charge. I'll actually let me adjust that because I'm not taking photos. BRB. Bootsy is in charge. Woo. Alright, you take good care of the stream.
I can't believe this. Bootsy abandoned his post. I'm so sorry. So unprofessional of him. Ooh, Pop's got cards tonight. Bootsy was comfy. He was in charge. He still got up, though. He still got up. I've got a fan now, at least. Just get rid of the slogan. Alright. That's gonna push that back a bit. Ah. Okay. Hopefully having like air blowing on me will allow me to feel a bit relieved. Bootsy got up. He went to the living room for belly rubs, and then I came back in here, so I don't know if he's gonna come back in. We can try to summon him right away. Come on, Bug. Oh, he stopped at the doorway. He stopped at the doorway. Ugh. Let's throw the glasses on. Switch things up. Maybe I'll look less dead with glasses on. Oh. Leg rest is perfect. Hey! Excuse me, sir. What are you doing, mister? Mr. Moon. What are you trying to pull here? Yeah? He's like crouched down on the ground. Your furry cavern. You gonna come back up? He's looking partially interested, but I'm gonna have a cheese stick. Cause I'm hungry. I'm a bit snacky. Not full hungry for like dinner yet, but snacky hungry. Hold on. Oh, fan's blowing sway. Hey, that's not for drinking. Oh, there you go. Dad, you left. You're missing prime Bootsy content. He can hear something I can't. Maybe he can hear my music and he's just confused. He's like all perked up. Now you can see how it got squished like that. He did it himself. Oh. I made this seem interesting again. Where'd you... Oh, that fell. What are you looking at, Bug? I don't know what you're...
I don't know what you're hearing, dude. Oh, the fan's moving some paper around over there. That cat bed has no pillow in it anymore. He is fascinated by anything and everything. This man never goes in the cat bed. The moment I remove the pillow, he goes in the cat bed. He's going on an explorative journey, so wherever that takes him, he'll find his own way. I don't even see him anymore. Cheese stick is done. I'll throw the pillow back in his bed, or in the second bed. And we after resituating the hair back, there we go. There, we're all set up. Alright. Okay. I brought the fan in here. Now I'm done with the fan. Alright. We are back into the crochet mode. Bootsy is off on an adventure somewhere in the apartment. Oh, I bet he's in the living room? Yep, he's in the living room. Excuse me? got an email saying I didn't go to the interview I went to this morning. I did in fact go to that interview. Yes, I met with a different interviewer than you probably initially planned, but I did go to the interview. Guess it's time to go through all my emails, because I got emails today. Oh, we got a chat. Hold on. I see you. Hello, welcome back. I am still here. I am still here. I'm currently answering emails. 'Cause I had an interview this morning and they emailed me saying I wasn't at the interview, so I responded to say I was. Please correct that. We have 4 granny squares done. So I'm just answering some quick emails since I went into my email. Because our church is actually hosting a large gathering shortly, and I just got an email saying they like to set up not on day of, so I have to find out what they need. Alright, now we're back to stream. And back. And we're back. Alright. I actually have a fan in here now, so hopefully I won't die of heat by end of stream. I do have it off right now because I don't like I don't like air blowing on me, but I get warm. So I have it off, and then I'll probably if I get warm, I'll just turn it on again. And then turn it off again. Do a little back and forth of the whole gambit. Bootsy's out adventuring and being silly in the living room. He's living his best cat life, but in the living room. Oh, I did it right the first try! Let's go! Let's see how well we can continue on this trend. Tighten up the circle. Yeah. There we go. Now we're going. Now we're getting into it. Let's see how. Actually, I like to see how close I am to the end. So pull out the this color. But yeah, we're going ham, playing. It's a constant game of yarn chicken, which is never the most enjoyable, but it's more enjoyable than weaving an end, which is why we use this yarn. I will say it does, like, the more I work with, like, when my hands get sweaty, this yarn is harder and harder to work with, which is what I think is true with almost all yarns. So when it's like smooth, it's nice. Or when my hands are dry, it's nice and smooth. Also, um, like I said earlier, we actually have product photos up, um, for the site. So actually I'll switch over to right monitor. And yeah, we've got new bunny product photos up. We've got the dresses, of course, and then our classic scrunchie. And we got our velvet sparkle scrunchie and our crushed velvet. But yeah, we've got all our bunny product photos up. So, taking product photos went well. Everything's still listed as sold out because, like I said, I'm waiting for, like all my shipping material to get in. So like the dress, I don't want to sell the dress until I can put a tag on it. And I need some like shipping bags and oh, you did not get this one the first try. I looked, I did 33 for the bunnies solely because A, I don't really remember how much I spent on the yarn because I got it so long ago. But B, I kind of went on Etsy just to see what people were selling, like bunnies that size were, and that's what I was seeing they were selling for. So that's why I went with 33 for the bunny, and then like the dress is 130. I don't know. I'm just doing poly mailers for now. The dress is a size small, and the bunnies are like 9 by 8 by 8 about. So I was kind of going on Etsy, seeing what other folks were pricing them at. Maybe they themselves are underselling them. You know, maybe they're not. Like the bunnies don't take me as long as like the dress did. Like I know for certain, like if I wanted to like give myself minimum wage, I am underpricing the dress. But also I know I don't have like the name kind of branding and stuff to sell at anything really too much higher, I'd say. Scrunchies, again, I went $7 because that's about market value. The bunnies, I might actually box them. So, yeah, I measured them, and or at least I measured the brown one, and it ended up being 9 by 12. I mean, they are like bigger than my head, so like I do get they're like decently sized. I don't know. Maybe I was just judging size on Etsy poorly. That might also be my issue. Um, but I was thinking, 33, you know, that's, as long as I'm still shipping in the US, that should be relatively fine, you know. Um, the bunnies, I typically maybe like a stream and a half. I did some of those like in a day. I think it kind of goes back to the fact that I think I crochet just a little bit slower on stream. So like the baby shower bunny that I made actually took shorter amount of time because I did a lot of the work off stream. But like I worked a little bit slower once I got on stream because I'm, you know, there's a level of like energy is going into hosting kind of thing. I think if I made like custom bunnies, I would definitely do like a $10 upcharge, I'd imagine. Something like that. Because if I don't have the yarn on hand, but I currently don't have set up custom sales. So for now, I'll just be doing like drop style. I think, especially like the really pink scrap bunny yarn, it took a lot longer than it probably should have, solely because it was a lot of frogging. Because I just kept running out of yarn. So I was playing like yarn chicken the entire time, losing yarn chicken, and then having to add in a color, trying to integrate the color nicely, still losing yarn chicken with that. That's awesome. Yeah, you're thinking of selling on Etsy, right? That was your game plan at selling on Etsy? Yeah. I think that last check-in really pushed me over the edge to kind of just being done with the bunnies just because it was such bad yarn chicken. And also I'm like barely losing this, like here where I'm just having a little bit too much yarn. I'm trying to keep my tension pretty light. Maybe I can go like lighter on the chains, even more so. And just make wider chains. Because I don't think, like, trying to quickly do the double crochets. It's that's the one thing that does kind of suck with this all-in-one is if you get in a groove, you can kind of really quickly lose the groove because you make it to the end and you have to frog. Okay, I can live with that. Okay, this typically have to be slightly tighter. Awesome! I also ordered mine with Prime Days. I think mine I did like $66. Um, which is part of the reason I have everything sold out because I just don't have that yet. I know I probably should have like made that get that before the shop. But I also wanted to like have like things visible for people to like order or like think of for buying, you know, make sure I have everything looking how I want, and you kind of need the stock before you can like really get that feel. But I got some fun like thermal stickers as well. I'm not buying custom thank you letter cards yet. What I'll probably do is like I have a bunch of like thank you cards. I'll probably like cut those up and I did. I waited for Prime Day. Um I might I might see about just like reusing boxes I have. Like if I ship the bunnies, I might ship them in a box that I have. Or what I do is I put them in a polyfill bag and then just take them to FedEx to box or something. But that does give it, I might double bag them too. I don't know. I think, you know, it depends on how sturdy the poly bags I get, I think.
will play a part. But of course you don't really know those until they arrive. Let's go a little tighter. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna buy like, for now, buy like just generic thank you cards and then like just cut them and use those and then like write a unique thank you letter on it, and then if I want like a QR code or something like that, I'll use the thermal printer for a sticker or something and like stick that on. Especially because these first few orders I think will be, I kind of want to make them really, really special, especially because they will be my first. That would be really sad if they like bomb. That would kind of be a bummer. Meaning like they don't ship nicely or like they're delayed, or I would be really bummed if that happened. Okay, let me go looser on this last double crochet. Oh. There we go. Actually, I think I could go looser on the last two. Let's just do that. Just go looser on these last two. Gotcha. I went, oh, I was gonna do too many. That's why it was not gonna work. What happened here? Weird. Might have goofed that, but there we go. Oh. Then we're gonna there you go. Nah, typos are typos. I can't read. Yeah, I think polymailers are fine for like the small stuff. I don't know what I'll do with the bunnies. Kind of, but also not really. I think I followed like an online tutorial for the straps, but otherwise it's just like you assemble it like a granny square bag. You know, there's about a bajillion granny square bag assembly patterns, and all I really needed was to like make sure I knew how to um where are the words? Words are escaping me. All I needed to make sure I knew like what direction I had to like stitch everything together. So like, hold on. Oh, I'm gonna empty this bag because I think it'll be easier. So it's a pretty like it's a pretty simple like design here. So what you do is you lay them out in like an X shape, and then on one side, and then the other side is like a 4 shape. Oh, hold on. I am the usual girl. What? Oh no. I am the usual girl. What are you talking about? But the other one is instead of the X, you have the X, but then you also have the extra end pieces and the bottom pieces. And then when you're stitching them together, I don't remember what way I did it fully,
but I believe there's like a really efficient way to like stitch them all together. I think it's something like you can stitch through here and then like up and around here and down here and across here and then back up around, and like you can like assemble it really quickly, and then I just do like a top single crochet together. Oh, does does me wearing glasses throw you off? I was using the glasses to cover up my sunken eyes. Does that does that help you, Vigar? Do you recognize me now? Did my Superman disguise, was it just too good? Oh yeah, it's a really nice size bag. One thing I am debating doing One thing I am debating doing is lining them. So mine isn't lined, so it's a perfectly fine like grocery bag kind of thing. But if you can line it, you could add like so many additional things, and you wouldn't have to worry about things falling out. Because like a granny squitch is stitch, square stitch is kind of holy. The only other thing I guess I am kind of following a pattern for making the granny square. I'm mostly doing, mostly not doing the modified version of what they recommend. So there's a pattern on the inside of the label here, and so I'm basically doing a modified version of that pattern that I think works works better. It was something about crazy. I think they filter the word crazy or girl. Hold on. Hello, crazy flyer girl. Welcome, or gal. Welcome, first time chatter. I don't remember. Once I permit it highlights the word that gets filtered. I girl might have been it. I don't remember. I think girl was it because minors. I don't know. It was a really weird. He did stop by. If you can see previous comments, he basically said Bootsy looks comfy, cards tonight, so he's not gonna watch too. He's already off. He came on, saw Bootsy in the bed sleeping, and then he got off. Pretty much. He might have been watching for a little bit, but didn't comment till later. Woman, female, whatever. So how are you doing, crazy flyers gal? Yeah, he's gotta play some sheep's head tonight with the boys. I don't know. Also, it's one of those things, slightly sunburnt. Yeah, the outside will do that to you. This is why we stay inside, and we're perpetually online. Then you never have to fear the sun, because it never touches you. And then you get a plant lamp like I do, and that's how you get your vitamin D. No, I actually have, I still have some tan lines. You can kind of see it on stream. Let's see what's the best angle to kind of show it. Man, the camera does not want to. So like, I have like this V here from like crocheting. So I have a crochet tan line. Ooh, clean pool day. You know, pools are nice, but you can't crochet in the pool either, But pools are nice, cooling and relaxing on a really humid day. I'll give you that. Not with that. Yeah, I need some waterproof yarn to crochet in the water. Like, as long as you don't care if your yarn gets wet, you can absolutely crochet in the water. Sorry. Or you're crocheting like this while like you're in the water. Oh yeah! Woo! Water's great! Oh man, I actually have extra right now. Let's go a bit looser on these stitches. Is it like your own personal pool, or is it like a community pool kind of thing that like lifeguard job you had to clean the pool for? Because I personally don't own a pool, and actually my hometown pool is currently closed because they're building a new one. It was actually closed for like a summer and a half, almost 2 summers, I think, because oh no, that's that's awful. Like people need to like do their job, honestly. Like that, like when a pool gets gross, that's really that's icky. Like an icky pool is just 2, 3, 4. Oh man, I gotta go way looser. Let's frog back quite a few. Let's use this black yarn. Actually, I can make chains looser, a lot looser, I think. Kids, that's terrible. That's like you'd think like lifeguards are supposed to do that or something. Typically, but yeah, my hometown community pool actually closed down because there was like electrical issue, and like kids were getting shocked, like not like severely electrocuted kind of thing, but they were like getting zapped in the kiddie pool, which was like super dangerous. So that pretty much got like condemned and like shut down for like a whole summer and a half, and now they're finally building a new one. The road to the park is closed, but like part of the park is still open. So they've been having to go like a town over in either direction for kids in my hometown to swim at all. If you were a dedicated kid, you could bike over, but it is tough to be like a babysitter, and you can't just like walk down to the local pool with the kids. You have to either be able to drive to the pool, or the kids have to be old enough where it's safe enough and you're able to bike the town over. It's like a 5-minute bike, but you're biking on technical highways kind of thing. Oh, perfect. And now I'm gonna slip stitch through. Oh, got it. And then we're gonna crochet pretty tightly all the way around. The one thing, yeah, that's nice of you to be like, I'll do it. Do you like to use the pool, or was it just your kids like to use the pool, or you care enough about the pool to help out kind of thing? Curious. Okay. Yeah, you'll want to like clean for your kids. That makes sense, you know. Otherwise, it's kind of gross and yeah. This is just gross all around, and everyone's mucky. Everything's gross. No one wants it. No one's happy, except the people who aren't having to clean it. But then the people that are having to clean it are extra unhappy. So It's like a black void yarn here. I think my camera glitched, so yeah. I don't know why it's been doing that. Ooh, you have okay, there are pool robots and they're still not cleaning it appropriately. That's annoying. That's gotta be annoying. Like the fact that you have pool robots and like they're still not keeping it clean despite having access to pool robots. I have like seen, yeah, yeah. I've actually seen robots like that, but for lawn mowing too. Those are always cool. They're so small. Like you think a lawnmower is like big, but it's so tiny. Yeah, and then they just berserk. Uh, like it went off and like crazy uh crazy cleaning or what? Oh, it kept coming out. That's annoying. I got a text I gotta answer. Hold on. Yes, I can text from my computer. It's great. That's, oh my gosh, that's terrible. Bootsy, you know better. Stop it. Stop. Leave the chair alone. What did the chair ever do to you? Oh, he wants belly rubs. You're getting belly rubs. And neck rubs. Don't worry. And armpit rubs. Oh, look at that big yawn. Look at the big yawn. Bootsy just wants attention. Bootsy just wants attention. Okay. Back to finishing the square, because we're almost done. We're almost done with the square. Hi, Bootsy. Do you want attention? We've been visited by Le Bug. He is here. That's good. You know, that's annoying that you like no one's like taking care of it after the fact, and so you have to do that on top of doing the extra cleaning, because you have to still clean the edges of the pool, right? Like you clean the edges of the pool. Where are you going? Oh, you're going down there. Okay. We were blessed by the bug for a minute. Okay. And then he disappeared again. Ready? He came, he bothered, and he left. Okay. Yeah. Oh, is it like, is the grout really sticky? Does it like, does the grout in the tile like keep gunk really poorly? Or I guess keeps gunk really well, but to you as the cleaner, it's really bad that it keeps the gunk kind of thing. Keep feeling like I'm hearing him scratching the chair, which is he's not supposed to do, but he does anyway, because he's a chaos gremlin. Gotcha. So literally no one else like was working on this. Like they just let it gunk up and do yourself. That's so poorly. You know, let's just like below average for people. That's just below average. That, yeah. Okay. Working on it. Depending on how much black we have left, we might be able to go a little bit looser on some of these stitches. But, oh, yeah, we have a, no, let's finish this last square. Maybe we'll just do really loose on this last square and then attach it. And then we weave in our ends because we are responsible crocheters who do our weave in our ends as we go instead of saving it all for our future self to cry about. Ah, that's a lot of, that's a long tail. Hold on, let me just go back a little bit and I'll just make these last couple squares a little bit looser just because we can. Well, it's a if it's a community poll, then it should be owned by like the town hall and like or like the park boards or whoever like manages the parks overall. Like that's wild. That's just wild. And so everyone's just like, well, I don't own it, so I don't have to take care of it. Not my problem. Because, like, do they hire lifeguards at all? Like, who... Okay. I don't like how long that tail is. I'm having the opposite problem. I've never had this problem with black. Uh, oh, it's an HOA community pool? That makes sense. And that sucks even more. That sucks even more, because I feel like HOA government is even worse than But if the pool fall like that just seems all around messy. Who put in the pool? If the HOA doesn't own it, doesn't management, who put in the pool? But they don't manage it? That's excessively annoying and irritating, I'm sure. Oh, whatever. I'll live with this tail length. And then we'll cut. And then we'll weave in our ends. Let's go! Weaving in our ends. All right. Management company runs the pool, but they don't clean it apparently. They are managing the pool, so they should manage the maintenance of the pool as well. Like that's feels like a no-brainer to me. But what do I know? I'm just a girl that crochets in her apartment. Like if they're running the pool, hold on, I'll probably allow it. Yeah. That sucks. Because if they're running the pool, it like running the pool, having the pool clean is required for it to run smoothly and efficiently. Oh, hold on. I'm permitting specific terms. Hold on. I'm gonna scroll up quick. Because earlier, Vigar, what word did... Yeah. Okay, so earlier, I know Vigar might not be here anymore, but earlier, I permitted the phrase usual girl. So it was usual girl that flagged for Vigar earlier. So it was the combination that did him in. Alright. Oh my gosh. It's falling off. Nope. My cat is getting detected as a person. That's, that's nice at least. I wish the management company would at least pay you to do that, or, something like that. Compensate you for the work. Did you like complain to the management company that like, hey, this company that you hired is not maintaining the pool, they're not doing their due diligence? Either fix this and hire a new pool company. That sucks. That sucks so much. Honestly, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's one of those like... Oh, two of the owners of the pool. That's even worse. Because it's just allowing the incompetency to perpetuate. Yeah. And so then it just becomes like who's responsible when. Uh, I don't know. Yeah, and so unfortunately it just becomes like deciding who's when. Oh, so thoughtful of them. Doo-doo. Sorry, I concentrate a lot when I'm weeping in ends. But yeah, so thoughtful of them to notice that when the HOA members aren't cleaning it, that they need to clean it. But they're still going to request the HOA members to do it. Now we're doing the bottom end to weave in. Nice. All right, splitting. Yay! At least you got to swim today. You know, you got the cleaning, and so you cleaned it. You're like, I deserve a swim now. Ooh, enjoy your movie with your husband, Essa. Whatever movie it may be, hope it's something fun. As long as it's not Lilo and Stitch, the new movie. I do not support the new movie, Lilo and Stitch. Going around. Yay. 3 pool chairs was. That's hilarious. Nice big cannonball. And depending on if anyone else was there with you, like you don't have to worry about splashing anyone else. You can just have a grand old time to yourself.
Grand old play, grand old time. Just being silly, goofy, and free, splashing in the water, relaxing, cooling off. Alright. Alright. Another granny square done. We are going to add it to our pile. Why? Is it like, is the deep end not deep enough to dive in? Is it like that shallow? Oh, I goofed. There we go. 5. Okay, I got group chat messages. I got a quick check. Yeah, that sucks. That, like, diving's one of the best parts of going at the pool. My friend sent a bunch of chats in the group chat, so I had to check it out. There's a video. Had to mute to check that out. Yeah, it depends on how deep, not deep it actually is. Okay, where'd my hook go? I set down my hook when I'm done, and I immediately lose it. It like, I'm not moving very far. Hold on. Okay. It's not on the floor near me right now, but if I... Oh, found it. It is lost in the blanket. Okay. Settling back in, because apparently I can't set the hook here when I'm, right in front of me when I'm done with a square. I have to apparently set it on my fluffy pillow blanket and lose it. I'm a genius.
Oh, sorry. I just like completely misread it. It's deep enough, but it's superhero. Got it. Got it. Got it. Oh, oh, I'm goofing already. I'm goofing already. But now we're starting our next script. I will say I'm kind of disappointed. Like there's a lot of bleeding of like the blacks and darks colors and the lighter colors for the last couple squares. All right, we got our second one done, or our center ring done. All right, let's dive in and focus. There we go. We're going around. We'll see. We'll see if we have to go back.
Gotta go really loose. I'm just gonna go all the way back. Go way looser. Oh. Alright, so I'm going around. We're trying to go super loose here. Ah, now I'm too loose. Whew. Close enough. Alright. Let's go loose around. Oh, thank you for the follow. Glad to see that. Oh, I keep forgetting to pull out the color. Ah. Two. right, there we go. There we go. We're just here crocheting and in silence. Sorry. I'm not being really chatty for this one. We're going around to the green. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 off. Okay, we're 2 chains off. Alright, we're going around. Ah. Going around, we're going around, we're going around, we're on the block.
Going around on our second side, second to last side, third to last side, second of the last round. Now we've got, we're almost to the corn. On the second to last. Ah. Okay, let's see. See how close it is. Slight mystery because I don't see the end. I need 2 more clusters and 2 chains. And enough space. It's not long enough. We undo. We undo. Alright, we're going back. We're back to the second to last side. Going as tight as possible. Oh. Perfect. Wait. Tying these off.
Oh, why do you keep thinking I'm a ginger? I'm not. I'm not a ginger. I'm a blonde. Ragnar. Why do you keep coming in asking it? I'm blonde. I also don't know where O Block is. So no. I hope that answers all your questions that you just had. Because don't know why you would think I'm ginger. I'm blonde. I feel like it looks like I'm blonde in my kind of viewfinder. But who knows? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I look like you asked that earlier. I don't know how else I can answer that question. Cause like not blonde. Or I'm blonde, not ginger. So I don't know what else to say to that. I don't know if you have a follow-up question to that. But I'm just gonna keep weaving in my ends, I guess. While you think / type one. Do you just come in, ask that question, and leave again? Okay. Next square done. That's 6. Alright, gonna be right back. I'm gonna make some dinner. BRB. BRB. Bootsy's still in charge. He may be a terrible supervisor. As we know, he always leaves while on duty. But nonetheless, he is still in charge when I am away. So I will be back. I'll go make some pasta, I think. Are we thinking pasta? Also, my camera keeps throwing me off. I keep moving like this to go that way, but I'm just like moving myself off frame.
I'm bad at my job. I'm sorry. Um, yeah, we're leaving off with 6 granny squares done. We'll come back, make some. I'm gonna make some dinner. We'll eat on stream, because I eat on stream. But I'll be right back while I make this dinner. I should grab my phone. Oh. Just gonna pop in, check on how everyone's doing. Still good? Let's see if Bootsy comes in. Oh, Bootsy, are you gonna supervise while I'm gone? Come in. Let's get you on the chair. Let's get you up here. Come on. I don't know if he's gonna come up here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you enjoy your little toy. I'm gonna get back to the food. Wanted to check in. Supervisor has abandoned post and is in the kitchen with me. Don't worry, I have eyes on supervisor.
Just checking in. How's everything going? It's just us? All right. I'll be back. I'm almost done with my food. Almost done. The bug is chaosing right now. Okay. Oh, I should switch from the BRB. There we go. It's so salty. So salty.
This is V8. I'm not gonna lie, I love V8. It's so good. It slaps, but I also have milk. Um, I only had a little bit of milk. I love milk more than V8. I only had a little bit of V8, or a little bit of milk left. That wasn't enough for like how salty I knew this was gonna be, because it's always salty whenever I make it. I still love it. I just need a non-salty drink to cut it. But I don't have any milk left, so that means supplementing with V8. And they don't really clash, which is nice. Alright, now I'm gonna be a responsible adult and wash my dishes. Gotta be a responsible adult and wash the dishes. Or at least rinse them. I'll rinse them and such.
Well, hello. It's a raid. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you so much. Hello everyone. Sorry, I got raided while I was away cleaning up some dishes. Thank you. Pink Mitsuku. Hello. I was having dinner on stream, so I was doing some rinsing of my dishes. Did not expect I'd get raid. Hello. Let's check a little bit out about Pikachu. Let's see what we got on them. Okay, so they look to be like they're a VTuber. And they were playing off a game. What game were y'all playing? I know she had to run. Or they had to run. We're here. We're actually a crocheting and chatting channel. Currently I'm making a bunch of granny squares. Not the most interesting. Okay, Bestie tends to do crochet streams. Ah, but she was playing some. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's so cool. And thanks for chatting in, Beef Bandage. Yeah, we're doing making some granny squares. We're gonna make a crochet bag, kind of like this. So we're doing some granny squares to make a bag like this. Is the music really loud for everyone else? 'Cause it's like loud for me. Okay, I'll just turn it down with my headset. Yeah, so we're working on some of these granny squares, cranking them out. We've been streaming 8.5 hours in. We've had lunch and dinner on stream now. Maybe we'll have dessert. I have some ice cream in my fridge. But we also have we have guest star Bootsy / the actual feature. Bootsy tends to be in the cave or on the cat bed over there. And he's the true star of the show. He is currently in the bathtub, just being a cat in the bathtub. He weirdly likes the bathtub. I think he likes the chance that water comes out of the bathtub. Okay, I'm glad it's not too loud. I think he likes the idea of water coming out of the bathtub, that he can link up and it's nice and fresh, but he'll just go into the bathtub and like, water is life, and he'll just look at the faucet waiting for something to come out. It's very sweet, very fun. We love him for it. Well, I can actually let's see if we can summon him. So Bootsy loves my ball winder. I don't know if we can see it. Okay, I'll back up. I don't know if we can see it with this camera angle. Oh, knocked over. I make crochet bunnies like this. But we have our ball winder here, and we'll spin it silently, and we'll see if he comes. Oh, yes he is. He likes the ball winder because he can try to eat the yarn that's getting wound up. But he has gone behind me. Oh, he's gone under the chair. Hi, Bug. Come say hi to the raiders. This is Bootsy. He will, he is going to his little cove under the desk. Hold on, let's see if we can get him to go into the cat bed. You wanna go in? Do I need to scoot closer for you to feel comfortable going in? He is a gray tuxedo cat. Oh! Let's see if he'll actually go in the... He's in there, but he has a... Oh. I couldn't see it. I'm sorry, Bootsy. I failed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry! I pulled away too soon. Okay, let's see. New angle. On the ground. On the ground, we'll try. Oh, I'm a pillow now. On the ground, we'll see if we can get him to go in. And then I can pick. Once he's fully in, I can kind of pick him up. Yeah. Will he go in all the way? If I let go, he might just chill on the ground. Honestly, that's sometimes his MO. Oh, he went in. We got him. We got him. We got a live one. We got a live one. Here we go. Now that he's in, I'd imagine he's just gonna settle out. Mission accomplished! We have obtained the Bootsy. He is in the cat bed. He is very much a mama's boy. So Bootsy will very much like to be by me, if not all the time. Like he'll sometimes on stream, he's almost never on because he's just like in the living room, kind of just like sitting and sunbathing on the chair in the living room, just because the balcony door gets a lot more sunlight than this window. Because this one I have like other apartment buildings and a tree blocking. Ooh, a bangle. He tried to eat the plastic bag. Bootsy has gotten better about not eating the cables. He still occasionally tries, so I have kind of like blocked away a lot of the cables. As you just saw, he does sometimes like to eat the yarn. So we just try to take the yarn away and dissuade that. But he has his own little cat bed made of yarn, so he can... Jeez. He's being extra silly right now. No love bites? Okay, you just go in your little cove. He's oh. What is it? He heard something. He heard something. The window is not open, it's too humid for that. To be Bootsy, you wanna go in? Bootsy. You gonna go in? I gotta hold it now. This is how I trapped him earlier. Squirt bottle on him once. Yeah, we have a squirt bottle at my parents', but not here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, he's made his appearance. Bootsy, I can't yet call him fat. He's definitely like bigger than he was as a small little bug, but he's still very, very adorable. I think he's my little guy, but he is becoming a teenager. He actually has a best friend. His best friend's a dog. Her name's Lucy. She's actually my brother's puppy. So they get along quite well, actually. But yeah, so I actually have, the way my desk is set up, it's an L desk, and I can't really access, it's like a solid wood L desk, so I can't access what's behind the L, but Bootsy can, and behind the L is where all the cables are. So there was a lot of like concern of like, you need to stop messing with the cables. So it helped that I got like a cable organizer and the cables were off the ground. And he's kind of become disinterested in that. He's got like other things like the cat tree
and his little cat bed here to lay in. Um, I just hope he doesn't realize that I can't reach him there anymore. Um, and starts going back in there, because don't want that. Alright, let's pull this tight, close up our circle. But yeah, Bootsy's a whole character. He's a whole personality. He is very loving though. He'll sit and cuddle with me all the time. We actually started a stream with him in my lap. We started a stream, he was in my lap just sleeping away while I was crocheting. It was a great start to the stream, so it was very promising. And look at that, we got a raid. We got our first raid. I do feel bad that I couldn't say hi to Pink Mitsuku just because they were my first raider. So, but I also get being like done with your day and like, okay, I'm gonna go off. I'm tired. You know, or having like other obligations where you gotta hop off. You know, because you typically, or at least what I've seen is folks stream till they hit their wall. So, if I am curious, so you said Pinky. Oh, that's no fun. Okay, okay. I'm looking at some of the past streams. Okay, so that's how she crochets or crafts. She's got a craft cam and then her avatar in the corner. That's cool. That's cool. That's never, you know, fun. I actually have I do quite long streams. So we stream for quite a while, if you can't tell by the fact that we're 8 hours and 45 minutes into a stream. That's so cool. Like, sometimes I wish I had an overlay, but also at the same time or like a more, you know, intricate overlay, but also at the same time I kind of like, you know, like this kind of setup that I have. I did my logo. I don't actually have my logo on my stream, outside of my logo in my like user icon. So that's how. Oh, not in trouble. Yeah, I actually technically stream to YouTube and Twitch just because I can more easily upload after the fact if I stream to YouTube directly as well, instead of recording and then uploading to YouTube. Also, occasionally, at least my father will hop in on the YouTube. He does not have a Twitch. So that is one of his easiest ways to see Bootsy, his fur grandson, who he is very, my father is very much into the whole idea of, he is a fur grandfather. He loves his granddaughter puppy. He loves his grandson cat. He also loves his human granddaughter, but it's not the same. Yeah, yep. I feel like it's easier to like just save the stream after on YouTube, because until you get like till you get a certain level in Twitch, it only saves for I think 14 days, which makes sense, but it's kind of a bummer. And if you record it, it just eats up so much storage. I could record it, but I choose not to, because I don't want to eat up the storage. So I'll just have like a really long VOD on both Twitch and YouTube. I've done a 13-hour stream before. That's probably my longest one. We'll see if we beat it. We actually started pretty early today, so depending on how late we go, we might go longer today. Let's see. I don't know if I have enough. I think I'm too tight. I might have to go all the way back to the beginning. But yeah. Yeah, too tight. Not the beginning of the first circle, just the beginning of this round. And then we'll probably have the exact opposite issue of being too long or too short. But it is what it is. We got lucky on the last two granny squares, because on the last two granny squares I was able to get this blue round on first try and the green round, so the fact that it was bound to happen where we had to do some finagling on these early rounds again. Such is the life. Such is the life. But yeah, I enjoy doing this. I've got my own shop. I don't. Currently everything's out of stock, but that's mostly because I'm waiting on like my packing material to arrive and get delivered. So I'm making sure I have like product photos and everything looks nice on the website and it's not just like empty. So that's how that's working up. Yeah, that's um I my YouTube channel has the live stream section, but I also have a playlist for live streams because I did my first stream just to Twitch and then I recorded it and uploaded the recording. So to ensure that one got captured, I also almost perfect. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's see how this peach color goes. See how many times I have to frog back. Oh, let's actually pull it out. 5, 6, green. Haha. Yeah. I'm also only doing it for fun. I know like some of my YouTube ones have gotten stricken down. But and not even stricken down. They just get like region blocked for heavy music. But yeah, I don't do additional videos on YouTube. I solely just have the streams on YouTube. So I think that's the pseudo upside, you know. I guess I could take videos for YouTube, but you know, if I'm also streaming all the content, you just don't get like the nice close angles. I am debating getting a second lens. Oh. Yeah, See, I would probably do a mix of like gaming and crocheting if I did record some stuff because I play like Siege or Genshin. But Genshin probably wouldn't do well because I don't whale in it. Um, and I'm more or less free to play. All I do is I actually play do like Google rewards points and I put that towards Genshin. So like if I earn like gift cards, Google Play gift cards, uh, that's what goes towards Genshin. So I don't like invest anything from my personal wallet into Genshin. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I think I gotta go a lot tighter on this, but let's see how many clusters I'm short on. I haven't played Genshin in a while. One thing I like to do with Genshin is during dialogue scenes, I would crochet. But I think one issue so even if I do a second angle, I don't think I could stream like Pink Mitsuku it does, solely because if you notice, I like crochet really close to my body, and her angle, they're very much like out here that I could see, like further in front of them, and I think long periods of crocheting like that just would hurt too much. Lord of the Rings Online. Yeah. I'd probably, oh, my plant lights came on. I'd probably just take the current camera I have on there and just like put it closer to my hands. But I would want like a second cam for like the wide angle, solely because this is actually a fisheye kind of camera lens, and so I look really weird when I'm close. We tried it earlier in the stream. I did not like it. I don't even know if I'll keep this angle, just because I'm not fully sold on it. You know, it's a bit nicer, a bit closer up, but you can really tell when I'm looking up. Versus if it's above a monitor, it's harder to tell how down you're looking. But if you go to like yesterday's stream, you could actually see how high my camera used to be. I feel like I would need it to be slightly higher, but maybe not as high as it was previously. The one struggle is though, I either can have it on my monitor or below my monitor. And so, you know, I have a 27-inch monitor. That's a pretty tall range difference. So, it's one of those things where it's a bit sticky of a situation. But yeah, we have 6 other granny squares already done from our stream. We haven't been going the fastest, but we've taken quite a lot of breaks. I don't, you know, I know I'm not the fastest crocheter, so we don't get a lot done in one stream, it feels like, but we get enough, I'd say. Oh, splitting the yarn. Yeah. We were talking, actually earlier we were talking about Z twisting yarn versus S twisting yarn. Sounds like you watch Pink Mitsuku. So you might be familiar with this concept, but like S yarn is really good for knitting, and this is talking about the direction in which yarn is wound. And so S yarn is typically really good for knitting or like left-handed crocheters, whereas a Z twist is really good for right-handed crocheters. And I was really interested to find that this yarn, so this is the Red Hearts all-in-one granny square yarn. So a granny square is, you know, you crochet that. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. It's really fun. I moderate my own streams at this time, so that's how things are shaken out here. But so this yarn is intended to be crocheted, and you have to crochet it. If you're crocheting it for their pattern, you have to do it from a center pull. Because one thing about the whole like twist direction is it's actually, if you do an, I believe the classification comes from the direction of the center pull. But if you do an outside pull, it actually does switch. So this yarn is intended to be crocheted, and it's an S twist yarn. Actually, I can quick show off a little bit what I mean. Okay, so when you crochet, or when someone crochets a Z twist yarn, or if you're like a left-handed crocheter, the way you move your hook pulls it tighter, so it kind of like spins in on itself. Whereas if you have a S twist and if you're right-handed, you can untwist it almost, and so you get like this splitting here. You can kind of see through. Actually, let me go to a black section. I think the black shows it better. So you can kind of see those gaps here. So that kind of naturally happens with a S twist yarn. And so I did find it really interesting that they made this yarn that's intended to be crocheted, because most yarn has most often been intended for knitting. But this yarn very specifically is intended to be crocheted from the center pole, and you can't really switch it out if you're trying to do their pattern. And they still made it an S twist yarn. I just found, like, I was kind of really surprised when I realized that. Because that means it's slightly untwisting as you work it up. Need some water. Ah! I got that untangled. Do I hear you, Bug? Nope. Okay. Alright, let's see how close we are with this. Will we... we have too much extra. We gotta go looser. Okay, let's see. I think I only have to go back to here. It's one of those things where I enjoy not having to weave in all these ends to get all these colors, but also it's a lot of yarn chicken. Hello, how's everyone doing? We're out here crocheting. Hello, poorly hung. Hiya. Hiya. Doing alright? I am... Why? Okay. I am currently making a granny square with the red hearts all in one granny square yarn. I both love and hate this yarn. I'm not a big fan of the weaving in ends, so that's part of why I want to use this, but I also don't love the texture of this yarn. But we're making this up so that we can eventually make a granny square bag like this. I typically do a bag for this yarn just because I don't like the feeling of this yarn on my skin. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. But I don't like the way this yarn feels on my skin personally. It's fine enough to like crochet with and work up, but I don't love it long term on my skin. You know, it's affordable yarn, which is really nice, but overall, I don't love it for clothing, so I wouldn't make clothing from it. But you do play a lot of yarn chicken with this yarn, so that's the other reason it does kind of take a bit longer to work up. Oh. See? Yarn chicken. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can just make these chains a bit bigger. Because you can only get so loose. It's one of those things where this yarn actually largely works up better with a 6mm. I didn't think I would either, but honestly, depending on how poor your hand-eye coordination is, you don't inherently need too much, especially if you're doing granny squares, because granny square yarns, do you actually crochet in the really large gap you make? Ah, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. That means we get to go further back. Okay. All right. Absolutely. I think so. I make like today we're doing the granny squares, but like I can switch it up on a day-to-day basis. Like for a bunch of days in a row we were working on a bunch of different bunnies because I was really enjoying making those. Um, so actually I have a couple of them here. So these are the most recent bunnies we made on stream. Um, let's see if he's falling off the table. Yeah. Yep. So this one I actually made off stream, so there's no stream footage of making this one, but another one I made. It's all the same pattern. I do like to switch up the eyes. So sometimes I'll do the eyes with a shiny, and sometimes I'll do them like a button. I've also made this dress. Well, we made this dress and we finished it in our 13-hour stream that we did earlier this week, last week. Um, the bunnies are kind of in the way. Hold on. But yeah, made this dress. So yeah, we have fun making things over here. Um, I enjoy the craftiness. Currently I'm applying to a bunch of different jobs, so it's streaming this and doing these long streams also is kind of nice to fill up the time to some degree. I both feel productive and like I'm advertising, kind of thing, where it's like I'm making things and I'm able to promote myself. Yeah, I make these bunnies I like to make, especially so I've made these bunnies for like personal life, a lot for baby showers. So I've made two officially for baby showers. One was just over, maybe just under a year ago now, for my parents, for some kind of like pseudo family member kids that my parents like just kind of took under their wings before while they were moving and establishing themselves in my hometown. So I made them a little baby version, and then for my cousin, him and his wife just had their baby shower, and so I made them one as well. And we finished that one on stream. But yeah, I just enjoy crafting and making. Like I technically sell them, but also like I haven't sold any because I have everything listed as sold out in my shop because I don't have my packing supplies here yet. So I'm waiting for a lot of that to arrive, so I can pack the orders and such. Ooh, puppy sitting with a neighbor? What kind of puppy? Ooh, you actually haven't been on for our super prize host of the show, who is the only moderator I have of the stream. He is really bad at his job. He often leaves when I do, so he's supposed to like Black Lab, her name is Shadow. That's so cute. So we are using my ball winder to currently summon my moderator. Maybe he'll come. I hear my phone go off. Yes, there he is. There he is. Hold on, he's coming into frame. We brought him. We must show him to the crowd. You're all, you're super soft today, so you're so slippery. This is Bootsy. He is my moderator. He's in charge of the stream when I leave, as you can see by my BRB screen. But he is really bad at his job, and he often leaves when I leave. So he's supposed to be in charge watching the stream, but he doesn't stay to watch the stream. So, we'll see how long he stays in my lap. Yeah. He's got his white little boots, his little gray tuxedo. He's super friendly, he's super tired all the time. And he sometimes likes to eat the yarn. Sometimes he doesn't care about the yarn. He has his own little cat bed here. Oh, he runs this household. Like, I very much spoil him. He is my little baby. I've had him for just under a year. I got him in August. And, he was like, we believe he was born in, no, I got him at the start of November. We believe he was probably born in August. What are you doing? Are you trying to scratch on my chair? You know you're not supposed to do that. You know you're not supposed to do that. Do you have anything to say to your fans? Anything at all? No, I am fully aware that he is in control of the stream. My dad will watch, solely to be able to see, his grandson on stream. So he'll stop by on stream just to see if he can get peeks of his grandson, his fur grandson. Right, Bug? Right! Bootsy's my bribery. He's great. Advertisement for the stream. No, I just pretty much have to stick out my finger and he'll give me licks. He is best boy. We're taking a crochet break right now. Very, very important break that needs to be taken. Cat break. He is the true king of the stream. He's the real host. I'm the guest star. He might just chill here. I don't know if you can see it, but he's like flicking his tail. He's not biting me in any. Go with the dog. Oh, cool. Yeah, I bet like just being able to have a bunch of pets on stream all the time. Okay, can I get my arm back? Are you gonna? Yes, thank you. Are you gonna stay now? What's that for? You're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. Hold on. Let's get the pillow around so you can't fall through the gap. There we go. There we go. Oh, I moved too many things. He is now no longer comfy. He's gonna get up and run away. And he leaps for the trees. Alright. Back to crocheting. But yeah, he absolutely loves the ball winder. So I just have to like wind it a little bit and he'll come running. Now where were we? But yeah, we started the stream. Bootsy was in my lap. Being cute. Granted, I didn't have the pillow on my lap when I started because I thought of it about midstream that, you know, it'd be nice to like have extended armrest. No, he's really bad at his job. Whenever I leave stream, he just leaves. It's almost like he has to follow me everywhere I go. So even if he's sleeping away and I have to get up to do something, he'll come running. But I put him in charge because he was sitting there. Oh, 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 I'm going tight. I'm going tight. I need to be loose. Need to be loose. Almost forgot. I'm so used to having to go super tight. But yeah, like I was saying, this yarn actually works up more consistently better with a 6mm hook, I believe. However, what I did find... Oh, I'm getting a call. I have to be right back. I just saw you say that you have food. Good night. I don't know if you're still here. I don't know how quick it's gonna update. But yeah, I had a quick call from someone in my church. She's looking for volunteers for a thing, so I got looped into volunteer for the pie social. Good thing I can withstand outside. Uh, but night. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for the sub earlier. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I think I goofed and started getting really tight because I forgot I was supposed to be really loose with these. But we'll... Now I got... Let's actually... Oh! Hold on. I'm gonna make this slightly tighter. This last stitch slightly tighter. Because we made it. Good. Huzzah! It's a win. We now can go into the black like our souls. Cause it's food for the soul. Food for the soul. Sorry, I'm weird. My head is full of memes. But really old memes mostly. Not as old as Rafflecopter, but... Yeah! Thanks for joining. It's food for the soul. Glad to have you. Enjoy the rest of your night. And since you're friends with Pink, tell them sorry I missed them, and thanks for the raid. Hope they feel better. I'm already going too loose, I bet. Gotta pull out all this black yarn until I hit the green. There it goes. Awesome. How to get you around? Oh, it fell to the ground. Let's see how much yarn I have when I get to the end. When I get to the end. Oh. I'm right, you're wrong. I'm big, you're small. Oh, I'm hearing fireworks still. Around town, going around town, crocheting in an endless circle, crocheting in an endless circle, going in this class and big dun dun dun, big dun 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 dun. I'm losing my mind. Bing, dun, dun. This is what happens when I'm left alone to my own devices.
Time to weave in my ends. Hello, I am working on granny squares using the red heart all-in-one granny square yarn. I'm just finishing up my 7th one for the stream. It's both a blessing and a curse kind of yarn. You don't have as many ends to weave in. However, it does it's a lot of yarn chicken. We've got 6 on the block already. So we're going to eventually assemble them all into a bag like this. So, and I'm just being extra due diligent and weaving in my ends as I go, so I don't want to cry at the end of the stream. Also, thanks for joining the stream for the first time. Chatting right away. Great to have you. I like to split my ends while I'm weaving them in. So I feel more assured that it's not going to unravel. But at the same time, I also acknowledge weaving in ends is not the most exciting content for a stream. At least the crocheting, you can see a lot of progress. Surf through some other categories on Twitch. Ooh, where's what do you typically go for? It's actually our first stream on the Maker Crafter category, so I think it's working out. I've always been one to just like listen to like the just chatting. I might do like game specific ones, so like a Genshin Impact. Kind of thing. Ooh, old PC game streams, fun. Fun. What are some old PC games? Are we talking like, I don't know any like classic old PC games. I just know like Chips Challenge and Brick Breaker and Ski Free. Those are my favorite classic. Old PC games. Ski Free, I never once could win Ski Free. I was devastated. Like,
I always felt like I was really bad at the game. Yeah, the Abominable Snowman. You don't win. I did actually escape the snowman once. There was one game I played, I escaped him the first time he attacked. I unfortunately did not escape him the second time. But I do, like, it did give me, like, the idea that there was a way to win that game, you know? But I guess someone was telling me that if you hit F, you got a boost of speed for a certain amount of time. So I guess, like, there was no instructions. Ooh, Oregon Trail. I did not have Oregon Trail on the floppy disk. I did grow up in the era where we could do CD-ROMs. However, so I actually, my childhood, I played what was called Living Books. And so Living Books was a franchise that basically made children's stories and read them out loud, and then you could interact with the pages. And so that's what I grew up on. And I actually have a old Windows VM, so I can specifically go back and play some of those games. So like there was Arthur's Teacher's Trouble. I did not have, but I have gone like on the VM. I have played that. I like to kind of play the ones I didn't have growing up that might not have played. But no, there's like Green Eggs and Ham. There's Stella Luna, Sheila Ray the Brave, DW the Picky Eater, Arthur's Computer Troubles, Little Monster Goes to School, Putt Putt. I don't think I ever played that. My parents, so I'm not technically a millennial, but my parents raised me like I'm a millennial. Oh no, these were my childhood. I couldn't play a lot of other games. These were the games like I could play. I played them for the, like, I played them till like I was older. I loved these games. Did I already cut off the black ends? I guess I already cut off the black. No, I loved the Living Book franchise. But yeah, we had older computers for a really long time. So I like to say, even though I'm technically, I'm 25. I was born in 2000. I'm technically Gen Z. More honor stack. I'm technically Gen Z. I was very much raised with, okay, back in the 90s. Okay. My parents weren't the richest, so when they bought a computer, you had the computer for a really long time. Like it was like they splurged when they got their first Mac. So they got an all-in-one computer when Mac first started releasing those. But I also like have like, so like I grew up with the small floppy disks, not the big floppy disks that were actually floppy. I grew up with like the small plastic ones for a period of time, and then we had CD-ROMs. All the Living Books were on CD-ROMs when I was a kid. But I also had Rapid Rabbits reading and math games. So the reading game was just like the alphabet, and like you played through this jungle adventure, and each page there was like a different alphabet of a scene. And then the math one was like a pirate adventure where you were stranded on an island and you had to like rebuild your boat to escape the island and finish the race. Five and three quarters? A 5 3/4 floppy disk? Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever seen a large size floppy disk. Just the small ones. I did grow up on VHS though. We did still have VHS when I was growing up. So on VHS we had All Dogs Go to Heaven. We had Tom Sawyer. I thought we were talking Land Before Time. Those were all ones we had on VHS. And then we actually were really early to Netflix. Uh, All Dogs Go to Heaven is like it's really tragic. Do you know like the true crime story around All Dogs Go to Heaven? So, you know the voice actress for the little orphan girl? This is gonna get pretty like heavy, so if you don't want to hear it, that's fine. You can just tell me to stop. Um, because this does have to do with a 10-year-old voice actress. Oh, I'll pause just to check. Well, you did say what is it, and I called it true crime. So the voice actress, the young voice actress star, was 10 years old when she was also the voice actress of Ducky in Land Before Time. Yep, yep, yep. That character. But so she was one of the earliest cast members to finish voice lines for All Dogs Go to Heaven. And she was actually making quite a decent amount of money from her acting gigs. And so her dad wasn't. He was kind of a terrible human being, and he was abusing his wife, and his wife was in the process of like leaving him, but like she wasn't doing it very quickly. She was being super wishy-washy with any police reports, which is unfortunate because even though they had finished, the daughter had finished recording for All Dogs Go to Heaven, and the movie wasn't out yet. He actually killed both his husband or his wife, daughter, and then himself. And then yeah, and the goodbye scene at the end of All Dogs Go to Heaven, where the dog goes back to heaven and he says goodbye to Anna Marie, the little orphan girl. They had to re-record that line so many times because they hadn't recorded it before she died, and he was breaking down. The voice actor was breaking down every single time he was trying to read this line, because it was like a weird way of him actually saying goodbye to her. Yeah. Yep, that's the tragic story before about All Dogs Go to Heaven. If you actually, I haven't rewatched it since I was an adult, but they did, when they finally finished creating the movie, they did release it in memoriam to her. Her gravestone actually has "Yep, yep, yep" on it. Her line from Land Before Time. Yeah, it's really sweet, but definitely a tragic tale for sure. You know, it should have never happened. And he was a jealous, bitter man.
who didn't have his life together and decided to take it out on everyone else instead of managing himself. Um, I don't know if this kind of like ruined your all dogs go to heaven joke. You went to school with this kid? I'm so sorry. That's terrifying. I mean, just because you're younger doesn't make it, less impactful on your life. You know, sometimes that actually becomes the most impactful, especially if you're not given the resources. That's it's one of those very surreal things. I'm sure. Very surreal things indeed. I try to have a robust thesaurus in my back pocket, but I'm not wearing it today, but I do have like a words are hard shirt, so I won't always say the most intelligent or correct word for the situation, but sometimes I pull out a good one. Yeah, I've it's one of those things where I find true crime both interesting, but I do appreciate when like a commentator is respectful about how they present a case. Because there really are real people involved in these situations. Um, like I know my dad worked in prison and he actually has um, interactions with some pretty infamous individuals, but it's also one of those two sides of things of like, you know, stating it on stream, a kind of gives information like about my actual location. I think cams are always interesting because as long as they're not like cams for like the morbid true crimes, I think they're more digestible. Um, I really enjoy Big Boss Bose. Like I enjoy watching her channel. She's got her series Best of Body Cam. That's always fun. Um, and she's also like her team's really good at curating those to make sure they're not too graphic, you know, but also that they are quite interesting, you know. I think one of the most recent ones was the Tarzan criminal. That was a silly haha one. No one was really hurt. You had like 19 different body cam angles. You had him climbing in a tree and getting tased. It was a wild ride all around. I'm too loose or too tight, aren't I? Yep. Hot. I I've I think I've seen clips, but I don't think I ever watched that. Growing up, we were more so into stuff like Charmed. I also didn't watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. We pretty much exclusively watched like Charmed and Ghost Whisperer. That's what I grew up with. My dad watches Dateline episodes. That's what my dad watches occasionally.
I enjoy true crime as a genre to a degree. Like, but I very much am particular about the YouTubers I watch for true crime, solely because I want to make sure what I'm consuming is respectful content of like the real life stuff. Because I know there's a lot of like content on Dahmer, um, but the victims' families are still around and actually have requested that a lot of their loved ones' stories don't get shared. Um, but yet they keep making Dahmer related media, and the hybristophiliacs are just eat it up and they're obsessed with him. And it's tough because like his victims' loved ones keep having to relive um, his killings and their loved ones' deaths every single time some uh, Netflix series retells that story and reenacts the story, because they don't do it in a respectful manner. They fantasize it, you know. They Hollywoodify these gruesome situations that people had to live. And those are the kind of true crimes I really struggle, like true crime stories, methods I struggle with. But I like an NCIS, you know. Like if I'm watching like a reenactment, I like a for TV show like that covers crimes. I like a good NCIS. Even though like it's still running and none of the original cast is on there, and the actor that plays Gibbs apparently has an ego the size of Texas. Um, I never watched Dexter. It's one of those things where I think I watched like one episode, was interested in it, but I like just didn't keep up with it. I think same with Hannibal. Another one that I started, really enjoyed like the first couple episodes, but I didn't take the time to keep up with it. But like I said, I growing up did a lot of shows like Charmed. I don't know if you are familiar with that one. It's a show about three sisters that are witches, and they have um they're based in California, and they're basically fighting evil with their magic spells and powers. Um, Netflix actually a couple years ago did a remake, and I was quite frustrated with the remake because it was one of those things where they could have just made like it didn't the original show didn't need a remake. They could have just done another story about three witch sisters and not called it Charmed. It really just felt like a cash grab off of the original name. Because, like, they could have. I would have been fine with a continuation of the story following three new sisters. But they didn't even do that. They just threw a Easter egg about the original story with Melinda Warren in like the first episode and never mentioned it again. It was like, okay, so this relates nothing to the original show. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's uh which it didn't like they could have made their own show about three sisters that are witches. They just decided to copy and use the name Charmed so that they could get the initial viewers. Which is a bummer. That's how I like kind of feel like that way about the Winx Club TV series, but also at the same time I didn't mind that. I think what a lot of people had issue with is just it wasn't the original thing. And you're gonna get that either way with Winx Club, especially because they were still making episodes. I'm pretty sure the show's still running or whatever. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, they're not gonna please everyone. And because they didn't know who their audience is or didn't care about their original audience, when they made the show, it just didn't meet the expectations of what people wanted. I think even if, like, Winx Club, I think would have been more successful if they had just made it a whole new show about fairies. Because they really only used the source material for, like, the academy and the character names. You know? Everything else could have been just a whole different universe. And I don't think people would have realized it was Winx Club. Okay, let's just go back a few stitches. Really? I didn't know that. I don't know why actually, if I look, I should have known that. I think I was mixing it up with like Blue Bloods or whatever that cop show was in my head. I feel the same way about like Vampire Diaries. Vampire Diaries for me is like the worst version of that trope. And honestly, I will say I like the vampire, like I like the supernatural characters and a lot of the plots of Vampire Diaries. I hate the main character, Elena. She is so annoying. The entire series. Like, I watched the originals, and the originals is great because they don't have a whiny, weak character that's just whiny and weak. Spoiler alert for Vampire Diaries, Elena becomes a vampire and is still whiny and weak. It frustrated me to no end. I hate Elena. Like, it's one of those things where I didn't mind her, like, the first 2 seasons of Vampire Diaries. Because she can be, like, whiny and weak. She's getting thrusted into this new world she's not expecting, you know. She feels like she's capable, but she's not, you know. I get wanting to, like... But then they never stop. Elena never changes and grows. She just dates a different brother. And then she doesn't change and grows. She just dates a different brother. Like, that's my struggle. And then they had these two friends both turn off their emotions. Because in Vampire Diaries, vampires can turn off their emotions and become killing machines. They have
two characters who, when they finally turn, they turn off their emotions. Well, I guess one of them didn't. Like she turned it off like when she lost her mom. But I it got very repetitive. I enjoy the originals. That one's been good. I also was watching Legacies for the longest time. I don't have Netflix anymore, so that's why I say I watched them, but I haven't finished them. Legacies I also liked, which is the second spin-off of the Vampire Diaries, and it's actually a spin-off of the originals, or a continuation of the originals. Um, I enjoyed that one, and that is like female led. So it's not just that the creators can't make a good female lead. They just made Elaine a bad one. Your popcorn over my rant? Are you enjoying your popcorn over me ranting about Vampire Diaries? A show that's been over for however many years. I don't think I would mind watching True Blood. I'd have to like find where to watch it. Okay, time to go on to the black. Oh, hold on. Thank you, thank you. I'm typing a comment in a YouTube video. I had pulled up because I think it's wild. I made a YouTube channel to stream on that was more separated from my personal YouTube. So it goes along with the Linnell Crochet's branding. And I'm watching a commentary video about Cody Co. Being back in popularity. And I wanted to add the comment that when I made my new YouTube channel to stream with, I always promoted Cody Co content. And I was like, really? You're, you're just gonna put them on your front page that everyone to like and push it towards newcomers to this space that don't have any algorithm establish it? You're gonna promote Cody Co? That's sketchy. Okay. We're on this last row. It's gonna be a lot of yarn chicken, I'd imagine, because it always is with the black. Uh, just lots of back and forth with this, trying to
get it right. Okay. Uh, Thank you though. I try to. I've gotten better at not having to look while I crochet. I'm also kind of cheating because I'm looking in my viewfinder to what I'm doing, so I don't actually have to look at the work I'm doing. And then I have in my peripheral the amount of yarn I have left in the color that I'm currently working in. So it's kind of like I'm cheating, but yeah, going on this round, what we'll probably do is I will finish up this square. And what I've been doing is I've been fully finishing up my squares. So that means like weaving in all my ends and adding them to what's called a block or the blocking board. That way I don't have to worry about it at the very end when I have to do all the assembly because I recently made a dress and I didn't weave in my ends as I went, and so I spent a lot of my last stream making it, just weaving in a bunch of ends, because each square technically has two ends, because you have your centerpiece and then you have your end piece. And so even though you are assembling the dress as you make it, the end piece, no, you're still cutting the yarn because a granny square always starts at the center. So, you know, and I hate weaving an end, so it's nice to be able to like break it up and like separate it by with more crochet. So when I was making the dress, what I ended up doing was I would like crochet the sleeves and weave in the ends of the sleeves. I then would do the top row of the outside stitches so that all the outside ends are woven in, which I was going to be attaching to next. Um, because I didn't want to have to like worry about weaving around or crocheting around the ends. Oop. I actually have the dress right here. Hold on. I'll finish pulling this through and then we'll weave it in. It also is a nice hand break for working on these. I enjoy it, but the last couple rows, you crochet fairly tight, so it can cause some hand cramping. Okay. Yes, well, so we've taken like dinner breaks. We made lunch on stream. We have regular. I'll do regular breaks throughout the stream. I'll still be on stream, but we'll do like
the periodic like stand up, stretch, break kind of thing. So it's not 10 hours straight of crocheting, but I'll like I have like YouTube videos running in the background. Um, so you'll occasionally see me like hit pause to pause it. Um, I honestly haven't made a lot of progress just because it's one of those things where you gotta get in the groove with this. Also, I do find that I crochet a bit slower when I'm streaming. However, it's one of those things where like streaming is both a form of advertisement. It's been 10 hours. I've been, or like, do you mean like overall? So under a month. I've been streaming for under a month. Uh, I did like I dabbled in streaming a couple years back, but I was still in college. I didn't have like the time to dedicate it. Um, but it's one of those things where, so reality is I'm currently looking for a job, so it's streaming is a good way to kind of fill the in-between time. You know, like this morning I had an interview, so like it's not like I don't feel like I'm kind of sitting on my butt streaming to a fake audience, and gonna start relying on Twitch for a career while I'm unemployed. No, it's one of those things where it's like, yes, I am taking the additional time to spend and kind of grow social media and advertise my content, but also like looking for a job, actively having interviews, so I will like prioritize that over a stream, and such. Like I have an on-site interview tomorrow, I believe it is. On. Yeah, so tomorrow, I have an on-site interview that I'll be attending, so I won't be like streaming until after that kind of thing. Um, but it's one of those things where I'm trying to grow a crochet business, and part of growing a crochet business is advertising it, and what better way to advertise your handmade business than showing you actually making the products. So I'm trying to use like Twitch, YouTube. I stream to both platforms at the same time. And like I have a site where I sell products kind of thing all at once. I'm sure when I actually get a job, like I'll probably be on stream a bit less. You know, that's just gonna be the reality of things. But you know, wanting to build an early audience, you know, with the longer regular content. Yeah, I haven't even really used a lot of local word of mouth yet, because I want to make sure like the shipping stuff gets up. I only just told like my brother about this week. So like yesterday or something, I finally told my brother about like my website and like where I'm actually selling stuff. So I want to kind of like to a degree take my time and like sell outside of my home group. I have my own website. It's one of those things where it's like I'm concerned about using Etsy just because they really are starting to become more like an Amazon e-commerce than like home crafters kind of e-commerce, which is really unfortunate. I would have loved to have started on Etsy. I don't know if it's
I don't know if it's a good site to start anymore, you know, because my understanding is like Etsy is starting to take more and more of a cut of like people's profits and earnings, so it's becoming, that's why like a lot of stuff on Etsy is getting more and more expensive, which all in all kind of like is a bummer. Yeah, I'm sure getting folks directly to my website will be a challenge, but that's also why I'm pairing it with YouTube and Twitch and streaming. So it's not just on its own. You know, I'm hoping like the stream can be an alternative to that kind of SEO stuff. I also do currently have everything out of stock because I did want to like make sure I have like my shipping material on hand so that doesn't really arrive till in a couple weeks. Um, but yeah, that's kind of like where I am. All right, we've got this square done. We're gonna add it to our pile. I did it again. Good thing I caught it this time. Also, I don't know. Crocheting cat armor. I don't know. I will say, hold on. Let's see if I can summon him. Because I don't think you have seen our guest host slash our moderator for the channel. He's really bad at his job, but I love him, so he lives with me, so he has to keep it. Let's see if we can get it to come. I've summoned him quite a few times this way, so exactly. Exactly. Bootsy boo! Oh, he might be annoyed. I might have done it one too many times. Let's see if we can find him. I will be right back. We will see if we can find the supervisor. Bootsy boo! Ha ha ha! I found you! Oh. I have found him and I have him. He has been captured. Wow!
Oh, he's stretching. There he is. Yeah. Yeah. His name is Bootsy because he's got his white little boots on. Oh. Hi. Oh. He is such a little baby. He's my little baby. Oh. He wants the belly rubs. Yeah. He's just gonna stare into the light. Bootsy, that's that's a lamp. Don't eat the light. Don't eat the lamp, mister. This is... Oh no, these are real plants. I have real plants here. That's why I have these lights here. They're plant lights. They're succulents. Yeah. So yeah, they're called jade plant. So jade plants are technically actually trees. So they'll grow up if you give them the chance, they'll grow up to like be quite large trees. But for now, they're just small little plants in a pot. Do you want to go in? That's a cup. Do you want to? They're a tree. You can get quite large jade trees. Let's see if I can pull up a jade tree. We want right monitor. So they can get like quite big. They pretty much just never stop growing. But they often are called a plant because they start quite small. Oh, hold on. He's in the alcove. I don't think it's a fruit. It's just a succulent plant. So these aren't something you eat. This is like the leaves. I don't think it has a fruit to it. It flowers. So you can get them to flower. Bottom left. On my screen? Bottom left? Or like what I'm sharing bottom left? One road, this? This? Hold on, I'm gonna stop moving. Do you still see it on screen? The one I'm on? Yeah, these are leaves. These are just like the little leaf buds of a succulent or of a jade tree. Yep. Also, since we're here, this is my website. So these are like the things I sell. We make bunnies. This is the dress I was talking about. Scrunchies, and more scrunchies. But we do have the star of the show being a silly little guy. No! Bootsy. It's gonna knock this off. You don't want to be in here? Don't want to be in the void?
Isn't the void enticing? He doesn't want the void. No, he wouldn't want the void. I know this man like the back of my hand. I wonder if he'd stay like this if I can crochet while he's here instead. Let's see if we can crochet like this. Keep him in the lap, in the void. Pamper the little guy. His little tail sticking out. He's just a cutie. We love him for it because we wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, he's going for his own tail. The cool cat sticker is very fun. Okay, back to... Yeah, nice meeting you. Thank you so much. Hope to see you around. I stream pretty frequently. Um, so yeah, enjoy the rest of your night. Um, I'll keep trucking along here. Um, so thank you so much. It's like closing on him. We're going around town, going around town. What are you going for, dude? Okay, he's officially going to his other spot. I'll leave this there. Okay. Oh, he's licking. Gotta give himself a bath. Oh, notification. We got group chat messages. I'll hold it down. I'm going to quick turn it off. The irony is if those aren't wool caps. Ooh, we're gonna about to make it to 11-hour stream. You can remember this, or you can remember that. You can remember this, or you can remember that. You can remember this, or you can remember that. Final Fantasy 14 is out now. I don't know if that's new, but ooh, we're not officially past 11. Now I made it too loose. Ooh, what's happening? I'm not teaching crochet. I'm just crocheting. I guess I was earlier in stream talking about the difference between a Z twist and an S twist in yarn. So like, and how I was kind of shocked that the yarn I'm working with is an S twist yarn. And that's in part because so the yarn I'm working with is specifically designed to be crocheted from a center pole, and a Z twist yarn is really good for right-handed crocheters, and it allows for the yarn not to unwind as easily while you're crocheting. Otherwise, it could potentially cause splitting as you're working through the yarn. And then, well, and that's a S twist is what can cause that splitting. Yeah, I, I, I don't know. I guess I got into crochet with Woobles, so I don't know if I got into like um, teaching crochet YouTube channels that way or what have you. Um, I'm sure you can like go into like search a video and find how to crochet. You know, the videos still, the content still for sure exists. No, they're just what I use to initially learn how to crochet. Not sponsored at all. Um, they're literally just the tool I used. I am excited for their woobling across America thing, because they are actually coming to my hometown, which a lot of nationwide events, so like any like singer tours or stuff like that, typically don't come to this location near me. They'll typically go to a larger city like a state away and never actually come to the state I live in. But no, I don't have a Woobles sponsorship. I just follow their social media, you know, learned how to crochet from their content initially, but I've expanded beyond that. So if there's any like stitch I don't know, I do kind of look up a tutorial of how to. Instead, right now I'm making a granny square um, with red hearts, granny square, all in one granny square yarn. I'm gonna eventually make a bag like this with my done squares. Also not sponsored by this yarn, just using it. Using a 5.5 millimeter hook. I'm more or less just doing a traditional granny square stitch. Yeah, that's understandable. My understanding of this event is their goal is to like teach individuals to crochet, and so they're basically taking a van and doing various pop-ups. And the folks will crochet like a large chain to make an even larger cord, and then the content channel themselves will take the cord that everyone chained together and crochet a giant wooable character of one of their designs, their OG design. I've never gone to like festivals or yarn events. I know like my local knitting guild, they will go on like trips to different yarn shops um, around the state. Interesting. Yeah, I've never I don't know a lot about the traveling crochet kind of content. I have very much, learned as I've gone and stayed in my own little corner. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of that, but I'll look it up. Oh, cruises. Okay, that crochet cruises. That's what you meant. That looks fun. Um, oh, interesting. Did you go for it? Or did you kind of decide not to pursue it? Yeah, it's one of those things where like it's a whole like influencer culture, an influencer world. I mean, Tarte, like the makeup brands, like makeup brands like Tarte, will pay to send influencers on, you know, trips to like the Bahamas and lots of travel as like a form of advertisement. So I'm guessing that's what that part of it is. I don't know though. I can't fully speak to stuff that was before my time. I mean, I didn't start crocheting until 2023, so I've not been crocheting too long. But oh, weird. Weird. Yeah, I can see how that's, depends on how much information there is. Yeah, it might have been that. It might have been an actual thing that just like never got off the ground. I don't know. I think the fiber community is like deceptively large. Um, so maybe that's played a part into it. Or she lost it. Who knows? Oh. But we're finishing another granny square. I've been weaving in my ends as I go, so I don't have a bunch of ends to weave in at the very end. Yeah, my region doesn't have a crochet guild. They have a knitters guild, but I think like crocheters go to it still. I don't know how to knit though, so I've always felt weird about going to the knitters guild. But I did, like, for me, I stocked on up in yarn and stuff, so I don't like go out for crafty stuff because I stocked up when Joanne was going out of business. I stocked up kind of early because I made friends with a store clerk, and so they actually gave me an employee discount, which was really awesome of them. Their philosophy is, what is Joanne's gonna do? Fire me? So, you know, I think that's sound logic. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think it's a lot of people like making the little cute animals that you can with crochet more easily than knitting. I think that's part of it. I think the other part is you can crochet, you can only crochet by hand, like a machine can't do it, while like knitting can be done with a machine. Yeah, I mean, like I made friends with this individual just because I was solely nice to them. You know, I like our first interaction was after the business was already going under, and I just genuinely said to them, "Are you all right? You know, you're losing your job, you know. Like, have you been able to find work, a new job? You know, how are you feeling about this whole thing?" You know, that's like I treated a retail worker like a person, you know? That's all you needed to do, and she was very lovely, you know. We became good friends. We're still in contact today, or to this day, you know. And I hoarded a bunch of yarn. I have a closet full, um, and it looks like I've been collecting yarn for years, but it's just been two, because I did like a bulk collection all at once, because yarn wasn't going to be that cheap um, forever. So I had to take advantage of it, you know? Yeah, that's typically how it rolled. So what these two individuals did is like pretty much the entire store team was in on it, and they just traded employee numbers. Um, for that. I never did that while I was working at Fleet Farm, but I also think at the same time Fleet Farm's just a different culture than like Joann's or like a JC Penney's would be. Nice. Nice. I had one time I was working retail, and yeah, I had this one time where I was working retail and it was the day after Father's Day. So it was like a Monday night, right? Father's Day is on a Sunday. It was Monday night, the Monday after Father's Day. And this man came into the store looking for Crocs. And he was going off that the Crocs were not ringing up at the sale price that he had online, or he kept calling it the clearance price he had online, and was just going off on me. And so I called manager, we called the um, employee that was working in that section to check, and he kept calling it a clearance. And then he got really even more irate because he had taken screenshots, and if you looked at the screenshot, yes, there was a deal because he had taken them the day before. And when this was, we had a like no nonsense manager. Well, this was also a manager that like, she was no nonsense. If you were disrespectful to her employees, and the employee was in the right, and you were just mean and disrespectful, like she did not care at all. That's when she was like, nope, I don't care. We don't have to serve you. 'Cause he was like going off about, no, these were on clearance, you have to honor this price, and he was listing the price, but the price was the Father's Day sale, and we're like, hey, this is the Father's Day sale price, the Father's Day sale is over, we can't honor this price, the price is what it is, I'm so sorry, but if you really needed these shoes, you should have come in, any day last week, the sale yesterday was the last day of the sale. And he was just ranting, raving, you're going to lose a customer over this, screaming at the top of his lungs. And the manager was just straight up like, all right, you don't have to shop here anymore. Because it was literally just me. I was the only cashier still on duty because it was like end of night. And he was just being super disrespectful and screaming at everyone, and it was like, no, you don't need to talk to my employees like that. Like, there's one thing to be upset, there's a level of like customers being upset that's reasonable, but just screaming at people, no. Yeah. I mean, I to a level get, like, for Crocs, I get being upset you missed the sale. But also, you missed the sale. Poor planning on your part does not account for an emergency on my part. That's truly how it came down to with this person, because they didn't need to rant and rave and scream at me. I did nothing wrong. I scanned the item. It did not ring up at the price. Yeah, they are. And like, I acknowledge they're an expensive shoe, but also I didn't have a discount code I could give this person, and the manager wasn't going to. He was just screaming to scream, And that, like, that's what I do like about the, like, companies no longer caring about their customers kind of mindset, is it does get away from the customers always right, and it does protect the employees a bit more. But also from like the consumer perspective, I get how it's like this kind of it's a tough situation because there's a balance to companies not caring about their customers anymore, because like customers or companies should care about their customers, you know, the people supporting them and their products. But you can't take it too far like it was with like the whole customer's always right mindset, where you excuse all action. Yeah, like that's like it's just obnoxious and you don't need to do it, you know. The customer has the right to be wrong, because guess what? The customer is a person, the person can be wrong. But also, the waitress is a person, they can be wrong, and you don't need to be rude about it. The only place either side should be rude is that restaurant in California where you are purposely going to be treated rudely by waitstaff. Yeah, I both enjoy like hospitality work and don't. It's one of those things where it's like you get those like really high highs with hospitality work, but then you can get those really low lows. You know, where it's just all around tough and not enjoyable for anyone. Ugh. Yeah. I think that's the only time employees and customers should be rude to each other, is they're specifically in an environment explicitly cleared out designed to be that, not a not a standard restaurant that's like supposed to be customer service nice, you know. If employees are expected to be like customer service nice, on. I don't know what that place is called, but I think that one's interesting. It's cool seeing like the moon rise out my window. I'm starting to like see it like as it gets into like a gap in the leaves in the tree outside my window. That's kind of cool. That's definitely not the name of the one explicitly that I'm thinking of. It's definitely not Karen's Diner. It looks almost like a full moon, honestly. it's really cool kind of seeing it like shift, cuz like I could see it and it just looked like a street light um where it was for a while because it was so covered by like tree and leaves. And now it's like nicely between trees. I don't know if it's officially a full moon though. It's just a big bright moon. Also, I don't know if you can see our guest star. Um, we have, let me move my plant light, see if it helps after I finish this round. Ah, okay, whatever. A booty. The bug is under my plant light. I got your paw. I got your paw. Oh. No, I have actual plants under my heat lamp. I meant I have to move the heat lamp so that you can see it because you couldn't see him because the literal physical lamp part was blocking the view of him. He was trying to eat the lamp earlier. So I guess there's that. Oh, big stretch, big stretch. You wanna go in? I gotta keep my arm here because he's been like diving in, but it's on like this slippery tabletop. And so he'll just like slide the whole thing off. He is he is hello asking for a friend. Welcome to Twitch. How are you doing? Oh, you're already gone. I did crochet this cat bed. I was making a duffel bag out of this yarn, and he absolutely loved the duffel bag, and so I used the extra yarn I had from that project. What are you doing? He he liked it so much, I just used the extra yarn from that to make it. I live stream on both Twitch and YouTube um, at the same time. Glad to hear that, asking for a friend. So like up here is the Twitch chat, down here is the YouTube chat. So you can see each other as long as everything works. Sometimes my Streamlab goes down. What is he doing? Oh. Oh, got my rings. Maybe. That might be it. Okay. There he goes. Hi. Hi. He was just being silly, I think. he was being a silly little guy playing around. But now he is in his little cubby. What are you doing? Are you just chilling there? Curled up? Being a cat in your little bed? Yeah, he absolutely loves this thing. He will sit in it, like, if I'm not here, he'll go in it. I do typically have it turned the other way away from the camera. Um, because there's, like, matting there to prevent it from sliding. But you can't see him on stream, so for stream I do have it turned this way. Yeah. It was really funny earlier. I did go off cam and left him here, and he was trying to get in, and he fully like just dove in and like went sliding off the desk. Funny, but also like he's fine. Oh, he's gotta get out. He's gotta. get the string apparently. Oh, he wants to walk across. Ah, he's got to escape. All right, he's off to adventure elsewhere, wherever he dreams to go. Which I guess we'll allow it. I gotta make it tighter now. It was too loose for the longest time, or too tight, and now it's too loose. Struggles. That's like, I like this yarn. I hate weaving in ends even more than frogging, but you are constantly playing yarn chicken with this yarn. Like, oof. Like, I'm sure it's faster to like weave in ends and not have to frog each row, but I hate it with a burning passion. So I'd rather not. I'd rather just have 2 strings to crochet in at the end of a square, because we've been weaving in ends as we go, which has been great, because now we have a nice good stack of already blocking granny squares. We probably won't use the first granny square I made in this skein of yarn, just because I used the 6mm, and everything else I've been making in a 5.5. So it's probably just slightly bigger than the rest, so. Sewing the tail into the join. I don't think so. Let me pull it up, see what it looks like. While this YouTube video loads its ad. I'm checking it out now. What this stitches. Oh, interesting. Okay, well this is about cutting the yarn. I want to see how to do the rest and join. Yeah. I guess it's one of those things where it's like the whole point. that's definitely like a nicer join. I've never done it, but I've definitely like seen projects that have it. So I think it's definitely like a worthwhile. What I typically do is I will split my yarn. Um, so I'll weave in my ends as a whole, and then I'll split my yarn and weave in my ends. So that is how I typically like weave in my ends and my joins. So it's probably I'm probably doing something just as tedious as uh Patooey. Just as tedious as the Russian join. Oh, that sucks. Getting like someone else's granny square that they just like didn't finish, okay? Yeah, that's just made a knot around the post. All right. You didn't. So someone's not sewing the tails. Most did, which is good. That would be ideal. Oh no! That's even worse than not sewing in your tails because there's no saving that. You can't save that. Like, I guess you could like felt it almost, or like fully just like depending on how short they cut the tails, split the yarn and weave in opposite ways. I'm sure they were. I want so I have my grandma on my dad's side actually did crochet, but she passed away when I was like 4 or younger. So like she never learned how to crochet from her. But I actually have a crochet granny square blanket, and it's really interesting because it's one of those things where it's like old enough, it's been washed a lot, and it's interesting how like some of the yarns have felted and some of the yarns haven't. And so it's like fully a scrap yarn granny square project. And it's just like cool to see like looking at the initial like the various, squares and how like the different yarns have held up over time. Especially now that I know how to crochet. Granted, I don't love using this blanket just because it is so scratchy. Because it's old like acrylics and wool, probably more so wools, but some acrylics I'm sure.